Why is YouTube like this? Like, it's kind of annoying that if you have technical issues and you need to restart the stream, everybody gets booted out and you have to start the stream again at a different URL. That seems like not a great design. Not fond of that. Actually. And like the chat isn't even working, so I need to like open the chat from the new stream because it's all in a different location. Ugh. Okay. Pop out chat. There we go. Okay. How awful is the choppiness now? Is it trash garbage or is it working? No dropped frames yet, it looks like. That's probably about to change. As soon as I like go to Unity and do something in Unity, I'm guessing something is gonna like explode. How's it now? During this moment when I'm clicking around, are we choppy? Are we good? How's this very moment? Still smooth? Okay. That's good. All right, the next step then is to see if it can handle showing my desktop. Oh, I need to have some water before this. Okay. Let me just make sure I have closed all the stuff I shouldn't have open. Computer temperature? Shouldn't be. It's like colder in this apartment. I haven't generally had issues with that kind of stuff. People without subscription won't find the stream? What do you mean? It's set to public, not subscribers only, I think. It's not listed on channel. Is it not? No, it's there. It's going. I think we're fine. What does a like button do for streams? I presume it keeps them once the stream turns into a VOD, and I presume it might also boost the algorithm. Might want to ping on Discord again though. I edited the links on Discord, but I don't want to like ping people again. Like that seems, isn't that annoying for people if I ping too much? Or maybe it isn't that annoying. Maybe it's actually fine. Because people consented to having this role on Discord, and so I shouldn't tiptoe around this. I should just do it. And if they want to not have notifications, they should just turn them off, I guess. Okay, choppiness up until this point has been fine, right? Can I get a thumbs up if it's fine now? Because I have had half-edge running in the background in Unity, and if it's not choppy now, I feel like we're probably going to be fine. There was a brief sketchy moment. Okay, well, life is full of brief sketchy moments after all, so. Um, hmm, is it just a webcam that frees us, or is it the entire live stream? I highly doubt it would be only the camera. That would be super weird. That's very unlikely. Um, um, can you tell me something about the Unity license? As far as I know, it may not publish product imitating Unity editor features. I haven't heard that it's like maybe if you try to recreate Unity or make a game engine, but I'm not making a game engine. I hadn't heard of that. Um, I know that there's like separate licenses depending on like I know that there's like an industry license, which is a little bit vague when I read the license, but it's like if you do stuff in Unity for things that are outside of game development, then you need a separate license, I think. But as long as it's within game development, I think it's fine. But if it's not fine, then then I would not be fine, actually. um, yeah, I'd probably have to talk to Unity about that and make sure that stuff is fine. But like I've talked about Half-Edge with people at Unity and nobody's objected so far, so I think so far so good. Okay. Um, How do they define game development? Yeah, it's really vague. I wish it was a little bit more clear. Um, do you still think that writing shaders in URP is a dumpster fire? I don't think it is if you use a node-based editor, but if you want to write it by hand, it's generally kind of annoying. Unless they've done the what's it called? Weren't they talking about one of those like I forget what it's called? Block shaders, layered shaders, some kind of thing. I forget. Maybe that's easier, but just like purely writing shaders by hand for URP and HDRP is kind of annoying. Okay. Anyway, let's go to my desktop. Let's see if this works. Excuse me. Okay, gotta close that and close. Okay. Would you recommend using Unity for non-game application developments? Probably not. I don't. I don't think so, unless it's like very similar to a game. But there's a ton of stuff that you don't get. There's a ton of stuff when it comes to like window management and like borders of your window that you just don't get for free in Unity. And it's in fact it's kind of a nightmare to get it up and running. Okay, 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 okay. I am so slow. Here's my that. How's that? And now maybe it was choppy now for like 1 second. It seems like people say that it's choppy as soon as I open to view the stream myself. I don't know, it's a little bit weird. Okay. All right. let's see if we have a desktop. There we go. We have so many Freyas and OBSs right now. Okay. 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 Will you be tapping into the full potential of your GLB files? We'll see. I'm not doing importing, exporting right now, but soon hopefully. Okay, so is this visible? Is this working? Is this smooth, or have we descended into choppiness territory again? It's smooth. Okay, cool. Smooth donut. Well, I'm not really asking about the donut itself, but can you explain what half-edge is? I don't know anything about it. So how do I explain half-edge? So I have used Maya for a long time. So I used to do a lot of environment art, and I used Maya for that. And I kind of liked a lot of the things about Maya, but I did not like their licensing, which got worse over time, and then it's just like super expensive. And then I kind of stopped doing 3D modeling. And then I got into programming, had a whole detour doing programming and shaders and all of that kind of stuff. And then I was like, I wanna make a game, and I wanna make some 3D models for this game. And the way you do that, if you don't have Maya, is that you generally use Blender. I didn't really like Blender. There's a lot of like paradigms in Blender that I find weird. And it's like, I don't think it's because Blender is bad. I think it's because I'm used to Maya and Blender is very different. And as soon as you set Blender to like industry hotkeys, you invalidate every single tutorial out there. And so it's just kind of a not fun experience. And I feel like Blender's UV editor is just like completely, it just radicalized me into making my own 3D modeling tool. Let's just leave it at that. And so now I'm making my own 3D modeling tool. And so yeah, that's what this is. I'm making it in Unity, but it's not a Unity plugin. It's a Unity app. So it's basically just like a game. It's just that it looks very much like a, it just looks like an app even though it's a game, right? And yeah, so that's what I'm working on. There's a bunch of things missing and things that are not working and all of that kind of stuff. So it's very jank right now. I can't like, there's a lot of features that I've even added already that I just don't, that I can't show right now because it's all broken because I've been doing a lot of refactoring. But yeah, and so right now I am fighting with UI toolkit for all the UI stuff. How long will this take to make this app? A long time. I'm hoping to have the alpha this year at some point. We'll see when. I do have a list of testers that are going to alpha test this. But yeah. Okay. Is it polygonal? Yes. It's not NURBS based right now. It is completely polygonal. But yeah, so there's a ton of things that I don't know, you kind of take for granted because it started out as a plugin for Unity, this half edge, and then I was kind of a little bit sad about the fact that it would be like locked down to the Unity ecosystem, and there were a lot of people who were interested in half edge, even outside of the Unity sphere, right? And so I I figured maybe it's actually maybe this is the moment I take a step to try to make something that's not just a plugin, right? So I was thinking maybe I'll just make it a standalone app. And so that's of course terrifying because competing with Blender is very difficult. But I think the kind of my thesis with Half Edge is that none of the 3D modeling tools we have right now are made for game developers. They are huge tools that have a massive amount of features. And if you have that amount of features, that's going to be to the detriment of the people who only care about a specific subset of all of those tools. And so you kind of have this experience of wading through abstractions and aircraft panels of stuff for features you don't need or use. And so the way that I think about Half Edge is that I sort of see it as the Procreate of 3D modeling. I don't know if you've done any like illustration or art, but Procreate is an art tool for illustration on the iPad, and Procreate is, on paper, it has way fewer features than, say, Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint or Paint Tool SI or whatever. But it feels amazing to use. And it's like a stripped down version that kind of just cuts out all of the stuff that illustrators generally don't need. And so what that allows you to do is you can make something that is way more focused on the thing that you want to try to excel at. And so, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I want to make something that is a little bit more focused, and it's specifically focused on like game development. Right now, it's just polygonal modeling, and we'll see where it goes from there. I'm just going to try to start with the core like polygonal modeling. I usually call it like mid-poly, a mid-poly modeling tool, because it's not designed for like super high poly, like ultra AAA scan meshes, right? But it's also not something like Trench Broom or Crocodile, which is like a very like lo-fi, like low poly approach, right? And so this is somewhere in the middle, and I'm hoping that this middle exists as a market that would be useful for me so that I can actually like make a living doing this. But yeah, and so right now this will be, or at least the first version of Half Edge is intended to be for static models. So I'm not going to do skinning or rigging or animation for the initial release. I think that's going to be something that I can like gauge afterwards if there's enough interest and people actually use this and I can make an income like working on this, then I think then I will look into it. But yeah, a lot of this was I was very much inspired by Source 2 or Hammer 2. They have a ton of really, really cool geometry editing things. And I just found that really inspiring in the way that, I don't know, there's sort of been this gap between the old school brush-based CSG, BSP, like level modeling stuff. That's how you used to do it back in the day for a lot of, the most like big shooters, I guess, like Unreal or Half-Life, Serious Sam, I guess. Like all of these are games that made use of CSG and BSP. But then as games became more modernized, the fidelity was generally pushed to a degree where using blocky like primitives to make levels just didn't really cut it. And so then the workflow changed from level artists creating unique geometry to level artists are now placing prefabs and props. And I think that's a little bit sad. I feel like there's something about like having the level editing tools so accessible that you do make levels using modeling tools effectively. I think that's really cool. But yeah, obviously now that Half-Fetch is standalone, it's a little bit less closer to a level art tool because it's no longer in engine. But I do want to try to stick to a lot of those kinds of workflows. So one example of like what that affects. So for example, one of the things that these kinds of editors, like if you do a level editor in, if you do modeling in a level editor, then there will be a ton of snapping tools. And the grid is going to be easily adjustable if you implemented it and put it on the keys that I want to do now. But I just haven't done it yet. I think my grid stuff is still, theoretically, it still works. I just forgot. I don't think I've implemented it. Anyway, so like stuff like increasing the density of the grid and decreasing the density of the grid, those should be hotkeys if you're doing level art. And snapping should be effortless, and it should just be a quick toggle to just leave everything snapped. Stuff like that is usually easily accessible if it's a like level art tool. But if it's something like Unity Scene View, or you're in, maybe Blender, I'm not sure, or in Maya, then changing the grid size or like doubling or halving the grid resolution, that kind of stuff is generally not hotkey bound. And so it's like you go to File or like View, Options, grids and rulers, and then there's like a bunch of like grid settings there, and then you can change the resolution of the grid, and then you can back out of the menu, and then you can start editing your mesh. Like all of those steps make it so that you can't make use of having quick access to resolution changes on the grid. But as soon as you have that, you make use of it all the time. And it's these kinds of design decisions where, like, if I want to use that in Photoshop, that's how the grid works in Photoshop. So if I make a new thing, let's see, grid settings are under, I think it's under Edit, Preferences, Units, Grids and Slices. Here, okay. And then here it's grid line every 128 pixels. Maybe it's possible to set up a hotkey for doubling and halving the grid resolution. I'm not sure, but it's not something that's like easily accessible, right? And so you just kind of don't do it. You just don't make use of that kind of like quick and dynamic grid changes, right? Okay. But yeah, and I feel like there are a ton of these types of small features that seem inconsequential, but they're really not. And a lot of these things add so many barriers to what would have been a like quick workflow if it was implemented in a more smooth way. But yeah, anyway, that was probably a long answer to the question. And then part of why I'm also making this is because I want to. I'm curious to do this kind of thing. So like DX is asking, Blender's API is very good. It's not difficult to do an add-on to add a shortcut for changing grid sizes. So that's true. Like there are a bunch of things you can do to retrofit features like this into existing programs. So it is possible to do that in Blender, but Blender still follows the entire design paradigm and the workflows and the even like small things like UI, all of its hotkeys, everything in Blender is designed for the scope that Blender has, right? And so you can shoehorn stuff into Blender, you can shoehorn stuff into Unity, or whatever else, but I feel like it's not gonna get the, what's it called, primacy, like you want it to be treated as a first class feature, not as a thing tacked onto another thing, right? Yeah. And also, like I mentioned before, I'm making this project because I want to as well. Because this is like, it's a fun project full of so many like math problems. It's just a bucket of interesting math problems. And so that's also really fun for me. Um, but yeah, right now a lot of things are very jank. Um, Obviously there's a ton of stuff that um, like there are so many things you kind of take for granted that was really interesting to implement. So one of those things was like selection. Like if I'm making a modeling tool, like I need to draw all of these vertices, right? And if I have edges, I need to be able to draw all of these edges. How do I do that? Like, how do I do that in a nice way, you know? And then also, like, how do I do selection? And what's an efficient way to do this? Because I can't just like in C# code just for each vertex in mesh, you know? Um, and so at the same time, this has been a huge deep dive for me into compute shaders. So I make a ton of use of compute shaders to ensure that like things like selection is like as smooth as possible. I really want to have real-time selection like this, so that there's no like delay anywhere. And that's possible if you use compute shaders, which I think is really neat. Like it's so like nice once you get everything up and running. It's like holy shit, this works so well, you know. Um, and Yeah, even got face selection, and it's also camera based. So if something is like covering something, it's not going to select those. Um, that's a toggle as usual, so you can toggle that behavior. So you can turn that on and off if you like. But yeah, I am so happy that this was like as soon as I got this up and running, I was like, damn, this feels so good. Like it is incredibly performant. Like there's like no impact on anything. I have a good GPU though, so it kind of depends on like maybe it's awful for literally anyone else's computer, but hopefully not. I don't think so. Um, um, Okay. Um, is this Unity or standalone? Both. Um, I am making this. I'm making this tool in Unity, but it is a standalone application. So like, I'm gonna make a build, and then that build goes up on Steam or whatever, and then you can buy it on Steam. So that's the idea. Um, Another reason I also wanted to make my own 3D modeling tool is because I wanted to experiment with having a half-edge selection mode, because I think that is an interesting thing to try and explore. Like it's an interesting design space to me. So you know, most modeling tools, they have vertex selection, right? They have edge selection and they have face selection, but I also have half edge selection. So you can select half edges. And so if you're not familiar with what half edges are basically an edge as it belongs to a specific face. Maya called them face vertices. I think there's another 3D modeling tool that also has like a half-baked half-edge selection tool. But I wanted to make half-edge selection like one of the primary selection modes, because I do think that it does open up a few things where it used to be more like there are certain modeling there are certain tools you have in modeling where if you select an edge, it's kind of ambiguous which side you want to do some kind of operation on, right? Whereas with half edges, you can select a specific side of an edge. I think I might have broken my double click selection now. I used to have it so you could double click to select the whole loop, but right now it's broken. Or no, wait, that one worked. What? Okay, I don't know what I did with my double clicking. I broke it somehow. It worked there. Why does it sometimes work? Oh, there we go. So like, for example, if you have something like you select an edge loop, and then you want to separate it, and then you want to move the vertices along that separated edge. If you do that with half edges, it is unambiguous which side that you want to select after separating along this edge loop, right? But if you only select the edges, there's ambiguity of which side you want to grab onto after you've separated those. There's a few more other use cases. I'm not entirely sure if I can show this in a nice way, but because I don't have an extrude function yet, it is currently broken. Maybe if I delete that, it'll work. And extruding an edge from a solid object wouldn't have ambiguous normals? Yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. Because then you can explicitly pick a specific side, right? Another one of these is the is when dealing with normals in general. So let's see if I can. Let me just smooth these normals, and then I believe if I go to half edges here. Or no, that's not going to work. I need my extrude function. I broke extrusion, so I can't use extrude. I broke extrude, so I can't do this showcase that I wanted to do. It's over. Anyway, one thing you can do is that you can have, you know how if you extrude a face and then actually, no, I might be able to do this. Okay, this is really jank. This is not representative of the final user experience of half edge, so don't read into this too much. I'm gonna try to do an extrude without having my extrude tool working. So if I select those and then I bridge them, I'm so fucking smart. Hell yeah. Look at this. Look at this shit. I just extruded without extrusion. Oh my god. This is amazing. Okay, so let's see if I can okay, so let's just select everything and smooth that, and then okay. Let's see, do I have... No, I don't have previews of it. Ah, damn it. Oh, that would have been useful. Okay, but it might still be possible to show this. So this is kind of a, like, it's sort of a classic case of where you might want to have a smooth bevel along this edge, right? Like maybe you're working on this low poly object and you want all of these to look smooth, but you want the top to be flat. So this is where people start using tools like either you make another like inset on the top to kind of force the normals to be straight up, like along the top face. You can do the same here on the edges here. You like insert an edge loop to prevent that from happening. But that's not very like satisfying because now you're adding geometry to this just to solve a like shading problem. So that geometry is not actually contributing to the shape of the object, right? It's just for the normal calculation. The other alternative is to use something called face-weighted normals. That's basically a way to bias the vertex normals to prioritize larger faces. So that because like this face on the side is smaller than the whole like top face here, it's showing a quad because I haven't like finished my preview highlight for n-gons. So like if this top thing, this has a larger area than this face right here, and so the normal would be bent towards the top face, right? I suppose you can detach the top face too. You can, but then you still need to make sure that the normals that would be, oh hey, now I have use for half edges. The normals here along this edge for the smaller side faces, these normals at each vertex, they would still need to be aligned with the tops there, right? If you just detach, the auto-calculated normals are not going to match that. So then you would have to like find some other way to like either like force those normals to just point straight up. And that's easy enough if it is straight up, right? Maybe you can just like type in that number like, oh, I don't know, 010 or whatever. Anyway, point being, one of the things that you can do with half edges is that you can explicitly say that you want certain sides of edges to not contribute to the automatic normal calculation. And so what I can do is that I can select all of these half edges here. And then, oh shit, is this actually gonna work? Oh no, I don't know if this tool is... Oh shit, I thought okay, it might actually not work. Let's see, that is not working. That was not the one that I wanted. Okay, there's a Thor on my keyboard right now. That's not the one. Okay, anyway, the point is, imagine this worked where the top looks flat and the cylinder also looks like a flat cylinder. And then this part right here would have smooth shading without adding geometry. It is possible to do this. It's just that so many things are broken right now. And so, and I haven't labeled the, I'm a little bit annoyed that it's not working. What do you mean not implement an exception? Is that the last one? Okay, maybe it's inverted. I'm gonna try. See what happens if we do this. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are broken right now. So it's not in a very good like demonstrating like state right now. Yeah, that's not working. Okay, well, there's GIFs on my Twitter if you want to see a working version of this. So it's a little bit jank. That's what you get with in development products, I guess. Like Mark Sharp in Blender? No, it's a little bit different. So Mark Sharp, I already have that. I can select this whole thing and I can mark it as sharp, and now everything is flat, right? And so this, yeah, so now it's just faceted as usual. Then I can do the opposite. I mark everything as soft. So I use the same paradigm as Maya, where you work with edges rather than smoothing groups. So you kind of just, yeah, you mark edges as either hard, soft, or automatic. So that's, yeah, that's what that is. So I believe, okay, now it's off. Forget if I had a way to reset the auto. Oh yeah, okay, now it's in auto. So by default, it's just based on angles. So if it's a shallow angle, it's going to be smooth. But then at a certain threshold, it's going to switch over to a hard edge. So that's the default behavior. Right now, it's just a setting on a per mesh basis on like what threshold that's at. But then you can override that on specific edges. So you can just kind of select that. You can just kind of select an edge and mark it as a hard edge, and then it's going to be hard like no matter what angle you have here. And the same thing goes for soft edges as well. Will it be easy to pick up when it's done? I would hope so, yeah. I can imagine all sorts of organic shapes that would benefit from sharpness in one direction per edge. Yes, it is. It is very useful to have. I haven't really used it for like organic stuff, but anything involving like small bevels is really useful for that kind of stuff. Are you also on Blue Sky? Yes. I don't use Twitter anymore because it turned into a Nazi cesspool, and so yeah, I'm on Blue Sky now. But the old videos of my normal like half edge normal adjustments tool, that's still on Twitter. So I don't have a release date now. It is the data structure is it is, so it started out, I started out with the like D cell, the doubly connected edge list. I forget what it's called. But yeah, I started out with like just a basic half edge data structure, and then over time it just like grew into a bigger thing, and then I think it's actually kind of similar to blenders now, I think, with the way that my data structure works, but it's half edge based. I have half edges, I have faces, I have edges as well on top of half edges, which is the D cell and half edge data structures generally don't have edges in addition to half edges, and so that's something that's relatively unique. So and differs from that. But yeah, otherwise it's all. I'm not using any like geometry kernels or anything. It's all my own code. Yes, I have vertices as well. Are you planning on adding a quad fill tool at some point? That can mean many different things. So maybe it depends on which one. Does half edge smoothing work when you export it into Engine? Yes. There's nothing magic about it. It's hello. Hey. What's up? In the long term, will this also have a UV editor? Yes, that is the plan. Hello, Mister. Mr. Thor. What are your plans for adding materials? Just colors, PBR, or even shaders? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, and I need to plan that a little bit. I don't want to. I want to make sure that I don't spend too much time on less important features. I think being able to assign multiple materials, that I think is really important to have. So being able to assign like submeshes and that kind of stuff, that I do want to have. But in terms of like having a ton of like PBR features and that kind of stuff, I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. And yes, UV editing is one of the things I'm looking forward to the most, because I am constantly astonished at how bad UV editors are. I don't understand why. But that's also like I enjoy UV mapping when you have like good UV tools. And so maybe I'm just weird. Nobody else seems to like UV mapping. I just love UV mapping. Like Maya's Unfold, along with there's a plugin you can get from Maya that has a bunch of alignment tools that are super useful. And so I don't know. I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird that Blender's UV editor is horrible. But I think maybe that's just like another one of those examples of Blender is made for a much bigger audience than just game developers. And I think game developers care a lot more about UV editors with like minutia, like snapping to texels in a texture. Like I think that's something that game developers care a lot more about than if you do like stuff in for like video or animation kind of stuff. Are the plans for a scriptable importer for a live refresh? Yeah, I do want to have some kind of quick workflow there. I'm not sure what it's going to look like yet, but yeah, that would be nice. Okay. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any questions. Did you define a struct for meshes outside of Unity's mesh class? Yes, absolutely. Okay. How would half edges work with 3 or more faces sharing an edge? So, okay, I should probably just open my... Where is the thing? There it is. Okay. Here is my digital blackboard for when I need to solve problems in half edge. So you are talking about this situation, I presume, specifically the biblically accurate situation. But there's nothing that like I think the way that most people do half edge data structures, they have this thing where an edge is defined by 2 half edges. That's why it's called half edge, right? But that's not really the way that they work here. And so the way they work for me, in my tool, so like you would have a half edge going in some direction here, right? So orange is an edge here. I guess these are also edges. And then you have a face here. So half edges are sitting along the face, right? And the winding direction of the half edges determine the face normal. So that is the definition of figuring out which direction the face is facing, right? So in this case, the normal would point upwards like this. So yeah, the way that it works is that edges can have multiple half edges attached to it, not just 2. And so this face can also have a half edge here attached to this, and so could the other ones. So there's going to be like a bunch of half edges around this specific edge. Yeah, and so that's just the way that my data structure works, at least. Yeah, and so all of the half edges basically have references to each other in a loop around the edge. Okay. Will there be a VOD for this later? I think so. Yeah, it's gonna be on my YouTube. It might not be public, but then I'll put it in a playlist. So if you go to my channel and then playlist, and then it's gonna be in some thing there. I don't really know if stream VODs should be public or unlisted. I'm not sure what the algorithm likes these days, but will there be basic automatic UV tools like in Hammer? Yes. My background is as a level artist. I used to make maps for Team Fortress 2, and so I have a lot of love for like 3D viewport alignment tools. I love that kind of stuff. Like I'm unironically, like I'm really looking forward to like doing all the UV editing stuff. It's like there's been moments where I'm like, maybe I should start working on the UV editor, and then I'm like, nah, I should save that for the later for later. I should work on the less interesting features first to make sure that I like have motivation to continue in case I get bored or stuck on some annoying issue. But yeah, this is a pretty good like demonstration of how half edges relate to edges, right? Yeah. But in this case, there's only like 2 half edges per edge, which is the most common case, which is the, I call it the manifold situation, which is math people are going to be upset about that. So, but I just call it manifold. I make up words even. I'm calling this case unifold because that's just the way it vibes. It just seems like a unifold. I don't even know if that word means anything, but it's not manifold, and it's not like invalid or degenerate, so it's unifold, you know? Oh yeah, the first stream was it cut out. How's the smoothness been? Was the technical issues fixed? Has this been smooth, continuous? People said it was fine in the beginning, at least. Have you studied advanced math in college or something, or is it self-taught? It is self-taught. I have a high school education, and so I don't do, I didn't do any like college or anything like that. I did go to vocational school for like specifically for game design, but that was right after high school. So there was no like math there, but I did get introduced to industry tools. Like that's when I found Unity and started using like Maya and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, the VOD will be saved. Yes. So this is a slightly outdated and somewhat inaccurate representation of the data structures. So this is what I've been like. This is kind of what it looks like. There's a few things missing, but some of these arrows are not double-sided, but a lot of these things are like references to other elements of the mesh by index. And some of these are kind of like singly linked lists. So like, for instance, you can see this part right here, where this edge, this orange edge here, has a reference to the next edge around the vertex it's attached to this side, right? So in reality, these should be one-sided arrows. So they have kind of like a singly linked list pointing to the next edge around that vertex. And so, yeah, that's how it works, which I'm pretty sure Blender uses the same approach for that kind of topology. And this one is not it's not topological or spatial in any way. It's just a it's just a pile of all of the edges. So it's not sorted by anything. So a few of these you kind of have to do some shenanigans to make sure that you get like the correct edges that you want. But generally when it comes to traversal or mesh data, usually you just go through half edges. Half edges are kind of the core building block that they allow you to go where you want, basically. They're the things that add directionality to everything you do, which is really, really useful. Purple arrows are also references. Cyclic, yes, sure. What's the Unity face vertex orientation, mathematically or clockwise? Unity's is left-handed. So if you have half edges that go like this, then the normal will be pointing upwards. So there we go. So if this is your triangle here, got your edges. This is how Unity does it. But that is just because Unity is a left-handed coordinate system. And with left-handed coordinates, you usually also match the winding order of your mesh to the handedness of your ambient space. And so, yeah. So that's Unity. But one thing that I really, really, really want to add to Half Edge, the modeling tool, I really want to allow you to change handedness and up axis. I think that would be super cool. I don't know why this is so exciting to me, but I think that would be super nice. You don't have to deal with any like export flipping or whatever. If you just work in half edge and you're targeting Blender, or you're targeting like Unity, just match half edge to Unity. Or if you're like exporting for Unreal, you just match Unreal, and then you can just work in this with no issues, right? That would be fun. I think that would be super cool. It's a little bit aspirational. I am not 100% certain how that's going to work out. It could be that that just adds so many permutations of problems, especially when dealing with like animation and rotation. But I think that would be super cool. I would love to do that. And yes, it would have presets so that you don't have to figure it out, because I'm a nerd and I know what these engines have, but most people don't know about handedness or orientation and that kind of stuff. But so one thing that I want to have in half edge is that there would be a, like, you can create a project in half edge, which is basically just like you select a folder and then there's like an additional half edge file there. So you can create a project in half edge and then you have project settings. So the way that I see that this would work is that you create a half edge project for each game project that you have. And then in the half edge project, that's where you can set like all of the default settings you want for this. So if you create a new model and you're in that project, the default setup is going to match your project settings. So that's stuff like, handedness, up axis, even like convenience stuff like default save folder, naming conventions, anything you might want to share with a team in a single project, right? Yeah. How would loose edges work with half edges being the data structure? Is there a separate edge type? Yes, edges and half edges are separate in my data structure. The orange ones are edges and the blue ones are half edges. Half edges cannot exist without a face, but edges theoretically could, right? So like this case, right? Like this wire has no half edges at all. What situation would you need full edge selection if you can do half edge? I mean, it is a little bit more, if you don't need to disambiguate which side you want to select, it's simpler to have fewer elements that you can select if you don't need that disambiguation. Yeah. Would it not be enough to invert stuff during export? Not really, because like, well, you could, but the thing is that like, if you're working in Unity, your game project is in Unity, and then you're making models in Blender. The problem is that you can't use simple terminology like, oh, I want the forward direction to have this shape here, and then to the right, I want to have this shape here. Because then, once you import it into Unity, it's going to be like rotated 90 degrees because Unity is Y up and Blender is Z up. Blender is also right-handed and Unity is left-handed. And so you get this like annoying conversion step where like, sure, if you configure your export settings correctly, you will make them, it will be fine. But when you look at the axes in Unity, like where X, Y, and Z is pointed, and then you look at the axes in your 3D modeling tool in Blender, they're going to point in different directions. And this might just be my technical artist brain or my programmer brain that's like, I want these to be the same. If they're not the same, that's going to be frustrating for me because then there's this like invisible conversion step that makes it harder for us to talk about things. Like, oh, just move it a little bit along the x-axis. Like if you say that as a programmer on the project to an artist working in Blender, they're going to be like, okay, and then they move it along X, and that's going to be the wrong axis because X means different things relative to the shape of the model, right? And that kind of sucks. I don't like that. I think that's annoying. I don't think we should have to think about these things. I just want things to work, right? And so I'm thinking if I go through the effort to make it just work with half edge, where you can configure your up axis and your handedness directly, I think that would be super cool. I just think that would be super cute. Face edge is more semantically clear than half edge for anyone still trying to wrap their head around it. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird term in this case, but why are you using an engine? Why not make it from scratch? Because I am proficient in using Unity, and if I'm not using Unity, things will take a significantly longer time for me to finish. And there are a ton of things in Unity that are really good for making high performance stuff. Things like the job system, things like compute shaders, all of those things are super efficient and good. And I also love using C#. I think C# unironically is one of the best languages. It's just a really good language. I can count on like half of a hand the number of features I don't like about C#. Anytime I go outside of C#, I just hate life. It's just a really good language. But if I make something in C# without a game engine, I will have to figure out how to get compute shaders in there, figure out how to get something like Unity's like native arrays and the job system and that kind of multi-threading, and then the rendering on top of all of that. It's just going to be a ton of work it's just going to be a lot. And not to mention things like UI. Like Unity has a built-in UI system. It's nice to have that and not have to make that all over again, right? Have you tried C++? Nope. Well, I have, yes. But I don't know if it counts. A little bit in high school, but not in a serious project, no. Okay. Is Unity using a feature-complete C# yet? Nope, they are very far behind. They're working on it though, and they should get that stuff done because I want it. Okay. You know, to be honest, the stuff I've been working on in Half Edge of late is like kind of uninteresting to watch, which is which was not super good for like content TM. What do you think about UI Toolkit and them deprecating UGUI in the future? UI Toolkit is pretty good. I was positively surprised at how efficiently and quickly I was able to mock up the UI for Half Edge. Like making all of this stuff did not take very long at all. And so I think it's great. It could be because I've done some amount of web dev before, so I'm familiar with CSS and how things work there. But I just think it's pretty good. I think it used to be not very good, but it's good now. So, what's your opinion on Godot? I don't have a lot of opinions about Godot. I just haven't used it much. So the thing that I've been working on of late, speaking of UI, is specifically panels. I wanted to have resizable panels, you know, like this, and then also docking. So you could like dock your panels wherever you want to dock them. It's very jank right now. It's not working the way it's supposed to. Yeah. I see now that I have more bugs than I remember having with this. I don't know if I broke something recently. Where's the cat? The two of them are behind me in a cat tree. I can't really move the camera, unfortunately, but Okay. If C# wasn't garbage collected, I might use it for game dev. The thing I like about C# is that you can choose what you want to garbage collect and what you don't want to have. I don't know. I feel like at the very least in Unity, it's very easy to, like, you can do stuff that's garbage collected if you want to, and just kind of write some quick code that's not very efficient. And then if you want to change it to more efficient data structures, you can do that later. And so I feel like I just don't think it's a big problem. And the moment you start using C# in without allocating too much, like you're kind of writing pretty similar code as you would do for like C or stuff like that, right? And so I don't know. I just feel like there's not many things I feel like that C# can't do. There's some stuff around like template programming that C# is kind of lacking, that I believe C++ has a lot of. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's very flexible. Yeah, I'm not building this with C++. It is built with C#, primarily. Well, there's a lot of HLSL as well. Okay. Oh yeah, one thing that I did for this project that also sets it apart from other 3D modeling tools. So, oh wait, what? Did I just hit an exception? Why did my selection break? Let's just pretend there are no selection bugs. Everything is fine. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. So one thing that I wanted to add to Half-Edge that I don't see a whole lot in 3D modeling tools is that, you know, maybe you're working on something. Let's see, it's our weird donut again that I keep breaking. And then let's say you want to make something else. You can just start making something else. And so it's a tabbed interface. So you basically have Chrome tabs, like in your browsers, where you can just like switch between models at will, and then save whichever ones you want to save, open other models. And so let's open this one. So you can just like switch between all of your currently open scenes. That's another one of those things where, like, if I were to shoehorn this into Blender or into Unity, it would probably be kind of jank and not really work, and I wouldn't do it, right? But if I have full control over my own app, I can do things like this, and it's actually kind of easy to do that, right? And I can design all of the like memory management and the undo systems like based off of this workflow, and I think that's neat. Okay, and drag between them. So you can't put them side by side. They are full screen in that sense. But the idea is that you should be able to just copy paste between them. So if you wanna like copy some geometry from, you know, this scene into a different scene, that should just be a matter of copying and pasting. Will you support Blender style keybinds? The keybinds will probably be, my estimate right now is that the keybinds will be 80% Maya and 20% Blender. I haven't fully decided on keybinds yet. Keybinds is actually one of those things where that is gonna heavily dictate workflow, and I need to be super careful with that. So, yeah, I'm kind of starting out with like things like basic camera movement, like that kind of stuff, is currently just based off of, oh, my hierarchy is not, I didn't set that up correctly. Okay, I have some issues here. Right now, the way that camera moving right now is just the standard like alt orbit camera. Right click to zoom, middle mouse to pan. So this just matches Unity and Maya, because Unity and Maya have the same camera controls. So I don't know. I just like having like the same camera controls in Unity and in the 3D modeling tool I'm using, whether that's Maya or Half Edge. I think that's kind of nice. I think a lot of game developers are used to that as well if you're using Unity. And the constant like switching between camera modes or like camera controls is I don't like that. Would first-person controls be possible? Totally, yeah. I just haven't implemented it yet. But like it would be easy. Like it's trivial to add camera controls. The hard part is mostly like choosing the default behavior and what hotkeys to use for all of those behaviors. Is this going to be more akin to 3D modeling or CAD design or some hybrid? This is definitely not a CAD tool. This is Half Edge is very much designed for game developers. So everything is going to be catered towards that. You can still use it for like if you want to make 3D printing models or whatever. Like you could still do that, but it's going to be designed for game development. And so a lot of those decisions are based off of that. Love your video about mathematics. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Are you using the new input system? Currently, it is a nightmare hybrid between the immediate mode UI and the new input system and the old input system. I've started moving things over to the new input system. I just haven't moved everything. So like one example is the grid hotkeys. Like I can't change the grid anymore because that's I'm pretty sure that's still sitting in some like immediate mode UI. I haven't gotten anywhere in terms of programming. Maybe I can fix the grid buttons today at the very least. Are planning to make this paid or open source? It's not going to be open source. It will be paid. I think right now, I think it's going to be similar to my plugins for Unity. My plugins for Unity have been an indie commercial single seat license is a one-time payment of $100. Half Edge might be a little bit more expensive than that, just because it's so much bigger than any plugins I've worked on before. But yeah, so it's going to be a one-time payment somewhere in that range, 100 to 150, I don't know, somewhere there. But it's also probably going to be on Steam. And so there's going to be regional pricing on top of that as well. I do get a lot of messages from people in Brazil who are frustrated that Unity's asset store doesn't have regional pricing. Yeah, but that's the idea right now. Because I don't like subscription. I really don't like subscription services. I think they're frustrating as a user. And so I don't want to have a subscription for Half Edge. So that's why I want to go for a one-time payment. I don't even know what's a good price, but I don't know. It's really hard. Like tools like this, I don't know what's a good comparison. Sprite, I think, is probably the closest similar type of thing. But do you have a Discord server for your community? I do. I don't have a link, but it's on my website. So if you go to there, that's my website. All of my links are there. If you want to go to my Discord server, you can go there. There's also a Discord for Half Edge specifically. So you can find a link to that at the Half Edge website is in the title of this video or stream, so you can find it, I'm sure. Hope you allow for higher prices as an option to support. I think that would be nice, but I don't think I can do that if it's on Steam only. But we'll see. I might do something like release it on Steam and itch. But there might be some rules around what you're allowed to do when it comes to Steam. I forget exactly. I think it's that you can't sell Steam keys to an app that's also on Steam. Well, obviously it would be for cheaper than it is on Steam, outside of Steam, I think. I think you can make it more expensive, but not cheaper. Which I guess that would work if it's possible to set up those limitations on there. But I think I'm still trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm not sure. One of the things that I don't like about releasing outside of Steam is that updating is going to be harder. I don't know how to do updates. Like if you don't have Steam. And you also get things like you have cloud settings and whatnot, which would be useful, but I'm not sure. I think it would just be very convenient to have it on Steam. Obviously, that means Valve was going to take 30% or whatever, which kind of sucks, but I think one of the problems with Half-Edge is that it's going to be really hard to market this. Even for me, who has I have an existing audience, I think it's even going to be hard for me to market this because the endless question that people will have over and over is just, why not use Blender? It's free, right? I think there are a lot of arguments you can make for why my vision of Half-Edge, the final product, is going to be better for some people than Blender would be. It's hard to convince people of that without actually using it. So I'm not sure. I think marketing for this is going to be very much a show, don't tell kind of situation. So, yeah. Thor! Thor, what's up? What's up? Come on, Thor. Come on over. Okay. Have you found a way to stress test Half-Edge? I haven't like stress tested it. I've mostly done stuff like I go up to what I think is probably around the highest number of polygons I imagine I'll have. Like, I don't know, what's the sphere density? It's not super dense, but I'm not sure. Was that your cat? Yes, there's a lot of cats, and Thor is a particularly loud old man. Okay, so this seems to be completely fine, in terms of selection at least. Mesh operations might be a lot slower, but so I can let's see, selecting faces. That seems to be no problem at all. Half edges also work for me. I appreciate the sheer number of shit that's happening on screen and not like lagging out is really nice to see. I'm so glad I managed to get this performance. The trick is to put everything on the GPU, just everything. Like put all of this on the GPU and everything is just fine. Not nearly enough faces to be a stress test in my opinion. Okay. It's okay to have an opinion like that. Any chance making your own 3D game engine? Nope, I will not make my own engine. I have no plans of doing that. That's going to be a lot of work, and I still have this idea that I really want to make a game soon because I've been outside of game development for a while now, and so I want to make a game, and I keep making tools instead, like this tool. Like why am I doing that? So maybe after this I'll be able to do that. I'm not using shapes for this at all. And I am not planning to make tests, no. Are tools or games more lucrative for you? I haven't tried releasing games as a solo developer, so I'm not sure. Most of the games I worked on has been at other companies or my own company, and then we've been multiple people working on it. Whereas all of my tools have been my own. Like I worked on those on my own, so it's hard to like quantify. I'm not sure. Will sculpting be possible? Soft selection, yes. Maybe some basic like terrain editing stuff, but not like I'm not gonna make ZBrush or what's it called? What's the Blender one called? There's a similar one in Blender. Did you ever consider translating your content into Spanish? It would be very useful. I haven't really thought about it. It might be useful for sure. Hello, Salad. We have a visitor. This is Salad. Can I switch to? There we go. We should have a full screen Salad right now. Hey, Salad. Hey. Yeah, dynamic remeshing, that kind of stuff. Not for the initial release. The what's up? Oh, boop, 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 boop. Whoa. Whoa. This is not Detective Toast. Detective Toast is up there. Salad is just salad is salad. Have you tried shaving his feet? I have not shaved Salad's feet. He doesn't seem bothered by his fluffy feet, and so I don't know. Hey, what's up? Salad's hair shell beast. Hey, Salad. Hey. Hello. Did you know that salad's toe beans, they smell like fresh jasmine rice? It just smells of rice. I'm not sure why. Hey, mister. Boop, boop. Wait, make sure you don't run into FreeCAD's topological naming issue? What's that about? Dad? Hey, what's up? What's up? Doop, doop, doop. Well, this is not good for my productivity. Do you plan on making a game in the future? I do want to. Yeah, I have a few game ideas, and so maybe we'll see. Have we tried sweeping the floor with him? He does that pretty good, like on his own. And so, hey, bloop, Salad. Any chance for a mesh sync style thing? Maybe. Yeah. Is Flowstorm still in development? No, I have not worked on Flowstorm for a very long time now. Would you possibly be open to talking about the math to determine if a point is inside a region of the frustum? In a camera frustum? Well, that is what you use clip space for. You transform it into clip space, and then I believe when you do the perspective divide, you can just check if everything is under a certain threshold, and if it is, then it's inside, I think. So if you have a projection matrix, it's relatively easy to do this. But that's assuming you have a projection matrix. If you don't have that, then I forget. Like ideally, you wouldn't want to do like plane checks on all of the like planes manually or whatever, right? Hello? Hey? You want to talk to stream? Here you go, salad. Here you go. Will it be possible to make a character in this tool? Not for 1.0. In the future, maybe. That just entirely depends on how successful it is. If a lot of people start using it, then I will probably add that kind of stuff. But for 1.0, no rigging and no skinning. I've just like drawn that line because I am a single person working on this, and so I have to be like super careful about how much work I'm putting on my plate. I think it's more important to get 1.0 out, so that, yeah, so that I can actually make sure to get it done. Otherwise, I feel like it's going to be an infinity project, because there's never going to be a point where there are no more features to add anymore. It's always a question of what is the most important feature that is lacking right now, right? So making a humanoid model would be possible, but you can't animate it. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to animate it. There's no rigging and there's no skinning. And so you can't do any kind of like, yeah, rigging and weight painting and that kind of stuff either. So right now it would just be like, it's primarily for static meshes right now. What's going to be the main use case for 1.0? For 1.0 is kind of like level art, is what I would say. I would position it as like environment art, level art, static props, that kind of thing. Again, like I mentioned before, I've been calling this a mid-poly tool. It's not really a low-poly tool for like making Quake levels. But it's also not really like a super high poly photogrammetry kind of tool either. Rigging seems pretty important for game dev though. Is it planned in the future? Yep, like I mentioned, if it's successful, like if Half Edge does well, that's one of the like one of the first things on the list to add. Doot, doot, doot. Hey, you're outside of the camera. You could come into the camera, buddy. He's just sitting on my desk purring right now. Do you plan on adding modeling with curved lines, like NURBS? Not right now, no. Not for 1.0. 1.0 is focused on polygonal modeling and static meshes for the initial release. So anything static, level art stuff, environment art, that kind of stuff. I do believe the so the website for Half Edge, I link a I forget what it's called. It's like a scope document or something. If you have questions about features and whether or not they're going to be in 1.0 or later, all of that is in the link. So if you go to the website halfedge.xyz, then you will find a big list of my plans. What? Boop. Ooh, okay. For level art, does this include prototyping levels? So not really. It's not a white boxing tool. So it's not. It doesn't have things like block, like creating block meshes or like CSG. Like it doesn't have that kind of stuff yet. I'm not entirely sure what part of that I should have or want to spend time on. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided, but it is the I do want this to be focused on mid-poly final level art, like not just prototyping like Google SketchUp or something like that. I do want it to focus on actual final art, which means that some of those like shortcut tools are going to have a lower priority. Realistically, how focused are you on making all of your plans a reality? I'm terrible for scope creep. Plans grow faster than features. I've been pretty good at keeping track and putting things aside. I do have the list on the website for if you want to see what I've already put aside. Like there's, like I said, there are an infinite number of features you can add to a 3D modeling tool, and I cannot do all of them. And so I explicitly have to I have to pick and choose, right? Not because I can't do them like technically, but rather I don't have the time. Like it's physically impossible for me to do all of them as one person. Let me show you the. Where is it? Half inch feature scope. Okay. So here you go. Here's the feature scope. So the core features, as I mentioned before, there's a focus on polygonal modeling and kind of the basic geometry tools you would expect, like extruding, bridging, revolving, filling holes, beveling, that kind of stuff. Yeah, UV mapping is also in 1.0. Vertex painting is also in 1.0, as in painting color channels. I have considered allowing you to paint other mesh data, like you could paint UV channels as well, if you want to do like arbitrary like painted data, which shouldn't be hard to add if I have vertex painting implemented. Yeah, so 1.0 is relatively slim. There's not a huge amount of advanced features here, but a lot of these things are like, it looks like a single word, but there's a lot of stuff you have to solve there. Like creating a bevel tool is kind of non-trivial. And so that's going to take some time just on its own. So yeah, core features is a relatively bare minimum. And then there's a bunch of stuff that's like potential features. Things like sub-D surfaces, baking ambient occlusion, splines for extruding along splines, skinning, rigging, potentially some like SDF tools where you can like Boolean operations with SDF shapes and then convert that to a polygonal mesh. Things like voxel grids, that kind of stuff. Some stuff is on a big maybe where it's probably not, like it might happen, but if I choose to go down that path, I am probably going to spend a ton of time on that. Okay, actually, I need to edit this. The plugin API is actually going to be in 1.0 now because I've done a little bit more research and talked to people. And so I know that I can do the plugin API relatively easily now. So plugins are going to be in 1.0. But yeah, things like texture painting, that is a big rabbit hole. It's possible, but that's going to open up a whole can of worms. Boolean operations on arbitrary polygonal meshes is also a huge can of worms, at least if you want it to be performant and reliable. Same thing with animation. Like, doing animations is... It would be super nice if you could do that. And I feel like having animations would kind of make the tool viable as like a tool to use for an entire game project from start to finish. That would be super cool to have animation, but it's also a huge task. Not just for the interface and the math for the animation stuff. I think most of the math stuff that's going to be fine. I'm not worried about that because that's just splines, and I have experience with splines. But import and export of animation is going to be like a whole thing. Yeah, and then there's stuff like non-destructive editing. I haven't decided yet how I want to approach that, if I want that. I think non-destructive editing is useful, but I've always found modifier stacks, like the one in Maya, to be... Modifier stacks are weird to me because it interleaves your manual edits to the mesh. Where, like, if you have a bend modifier, and then you delete some faces, and then you add some other modifier on top of that, you have a really, like... I don't know, you can create this, like, alternate timeline where you contradict your previous operations, and you just get nonsense out of it. And so quite often with modifier stacks, you end up not using it anyway, or you just use it temporarily. And for temporary modifications, you have undo, right? Like that is how you do that stuff, right? You just like do something and then you undo if it's not good enough, right? I already have undo support. So, and then you can go to the other like end, which would be like geometry nodes. Geometry nodes, that would be... That's dangerous because I might get stuck there forever and not make it out alive because that's like... I don't know, that's like crack for someone who's math interested. It would be super interesting to dig down into that. But I don't think I should. At least not right now. Yeah, there would be so many things. I think that the way that I sort of see destructive editing in a way that I might feel more inclined to implement would be... I might do something like a post-processing stack, where you can have non-destructive post-processors. So instead of modifiers being these like things you do along the way of creating the model, non-destructive modifiers would instead be something that alters the mesh after you've already created it. And so then if you then want to change the mesh, any changes you make is going to be to whatever state it was in before any and all modifiers on top of it. So if you have a mesh, you add a bend modifier to it, and then you go in to edit that mesh, it's gonna hide the bend modifier. Then you edit the mesh, and then once you stop editing the mesh, the bend modifier is applied again. So like all of those things would be afterwards, after the polygonal mesh editing, rather than interleaving like manual edits and modifiers. So I might do something like that, kind of like a post-processing stack. I think that would be useful for things like if you make a road section and then you want to tile that road mesh along a spline, or you want to bend it into a curve. It would just be nice to have a non-destructive bend there, because then you can edit the road when it's straight, and then the bend modifier is just going to be applied afterwards. And so that's not going to be destructive. I think that would be like that's a lighter version of geometry nodes and modifier stacks. It's like a simpler version of it. Okay. Mm, can you use a manual edit as its own modifier? That's the thing that I don't want to do because I feel like that opens up a whole can of worms. Doesn't Blender already work like that? It might be. Yeah, it's possible. Uh, mm, okay. Will the Steam one-time purchase include all future versions of Half Edge? I would think so, yeah. I think that would be nice, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. I think it would only feel weird if I create this huge new feature or something that justifies an entirely new version. Like if I do Half Edge 2, which I don't think would ever happen, um, then maybe that would be separate, but I don't see why I would do that. Yeah, no, I think it would just be like if you get Half Edge, you would have all the future updates as well. Features as DLCs? I guess I could do that. That feels a little bit weird though. Um, I will have plugin support for Half Edge, but not a official dedicated like modifier API. I don't have plans for that. Um, hmm. Okay. How far along you'd say the software goes? Like how far I am into the development? I don't know how to measure that. I would guess that the first alpha version or the first test is probably going to be um, this year, middle of this year, I think, I hope. And then we'll see. Ideally, I release this year. If I stick to my smaller feature set for 1.0, I think I might be able to do it. But yeah. Will this tool be able to import different types of mesh formats? Yeah, that depends on what I add. Right now, you can't import almost anything. Right now, you can import my own format because I haven't added all the importers and exporters yet. I do have an exporter though, so I can export STL, but that's about it right now. Is this SDF based? No, it is polygonal. Okay, how about we implement the grid buttons? Because I want to get something done today and not just yap all the time. Okay, so it used to be the case that I could change the resolution of this grid, which I believe was page up and page down, I think, which I don't think are actually working right now. So the question is why? I think I just don't have that in the input manager, so I can probably bring that up. Okay, so what do we have? Save scene, undo, redo, export. Yeah, I don't have that here, so let's add that. Add action. What do we call the grid density actions? Is it increase grid density and decrease grid density? I think that would be it. Did my grid just change? Or did I zoom? Okay, I just saw the grid change in the background. Is this a grid for snapping operations? Yes. Increase grid resolution. Okay. So what would that be? That is a keyboard. And that should be a I don't know if that should be home or end. We'll see. Okay, so I got that, and then we add the next one. Decrease resolution. Okay. Keyboard. Okay. Oh wait, that one is page down. Okay. Ooh, page up, page down. Cool. Theoretically, we should have that. I don't actually know. So I have a new keyboard. And I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so shift is home. Or no, okay. Is it that one? Yeah, okay. Right, that's why. Okay. Wait, so maybe I do have support for it. No, I don't. Okay. I have a weird keyboard, okay? I page up and page down are a little bit more complicated these days. All right, let's add these into the thing. There we go. Where would that be? That is a... it would be the viewport stuff, I guess. Standalone viewport. Okay. OBS might be a little bit sad while opening writer. Yeah, it's a non 100% keyboard. It's the Mistel Air 1. This is the keyboard. And I also recently switched to the US layout, or recently, a few months ago. And so typing there's been a little bit of a learning curve switching to, well, both switching to a smaller keyboard and switching to the US layout at the same time. But I'm getting there. I'm almost there. I'm pretty efficient. I keep doing typos, but it's getting there. One thing I really like about this type of keyboard, I feel like the F keys, they're just, you just don't need them, and also you don't need caps lock. I am so glad that I started using this because having caps lock be a modifier key is it just makes so much more sense. It's just so much better. So if I want to do like F1, I hold caps lock and 1. That's F1. And now I all of a sudden have all of the modifier keys, or the function keys, without sacrificing anything. In fact, I only sacrificed having caps lock, but I never use caps lock. So now caps lock is a modifier key. I think it's great. But yeah, page up and page down, I actually rebound some of these keys. So I put delete at the top here. So I have delete and then home and then end in the top right. And so that part I can't really, I can't just look at my keyboard in case I forgot where I put them because it's custom, right? No backtick. Escape. So if I hold caps lock, the modifier, and then escape, I get the tilde. If I do caps lock shift escape, I get the backtick, right? And so it's basically just like the same keys. It's kind of like you take all of the F keys, everything there, it just moves down one step. And you have to hold the modifier there. Yeah, so I can type backticks and I can type tildes. Oh yeah, I guess like shift is the other way around with back tilde and backticks. Okay. So what are we doing? I wanna add my grid buttons. Where do I even do that? Let's just collapse everything. So there should be some kind of. Where do I even do input in general? Do I do that here? No. I have very well organized code, as you can see. But it's all in standalone viewport? No, I gotta have... remember I had a grid map. What? Thor! Hey! Buddy! Yeah, come on up, Thor. Yeah, come on, buddy. Thor just tried to hop up on my desk, but he fell. Thor, come on. Okay, now he's embarrassed, so... okay, let's look for my grid. Did I have a grid manager? I do have a grid manager. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, I don't even call this anymore. So that's why the grid is not working, because I don't run this code. Because this was the old immediate mode UI, which I don't use anymore. So what would this be then? Is it player input? What's the input? I thought it was input manager. If you spell it correctly, that is. It's still not used to all of the new input system stuff. And the problem is that this is growing a little bit too large for me to keep track of everything. It's got to be in the viewport stuff. There's got to be some kind of input stuff here. Check selection mode input. Here we go. Switch selection mode. Oh, this is also using the legacy system. Okay, well that's not good. The camera. I'm pretty sure the camera is using the new input system. Ah, shit, maybe not even that. Oh no. Oh, input system.actions. That's what I wanted. Okay, so I partially use the input system here. Neat. Okay, this is what I was looking for. So I basically need this, but for my grid resolution stuff. Okay, well, my grid manager is looking very deprecated. I don't call this function at all, so I guess I'll replace it with something. Okay. Well, actually, let's just steal this function. This is going to be check grid input. And then we'll just yeet those. And then this is old immediate mode stuff that I do not need anymore. Okay, I don't need that either. Okay, but I do need this. Okay. Was press this frame? That's the one, right? Don't tell me you're going to use a string to find the input. Do you have a problem with that? You want to fight about it, or what's this? Can I statically? Is it possible to statically access the generated action script? Because that's what I want to know. Because I know that the actions do generate this file, but is it possible to statically access this one? Because I don't want to have to drag references for every single thing anywhere I want to call some input stuff. Is it this interface, or? But then where is that? How do I do? Make a static wrapper yourself, I suppose. You can create a script using the interface, and then you need to create an instance and add the callback to it. And then I would like statically access that instance, or? Yes, this is the generated C# class. Ooh. Okay, so I would basically make my own static thing that it then you can also do input action reference. What is input action reference in this case? Is it in here? No, okay. Yeah, I don't wanna like reference a file in every script where I would do this. I would probably want to have like a singleton for that. But that's doable. I guess I could make like an input manager. So where did I put my other managers? Yeah, where did I put like this one? Under systems. Okay, fine. I'll just put it there as well. Okay. C# script. So this would be the geo is the prefix for all of the half-edge stuff. Actually, I don't think I need that. Yeah, I guess I could just have the reference in one place, right? Or would I put the interface here? Can I do that? Or like, would I? Player input. I haven't used player input yet. Is that the component? Or is that what type is this? That's a mono behavior, yeah. But would I have to subscribe to it? I don't want to have to subscribe, right? You already have it? Player input is Unity's type. That's not something that I've created. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is Unity's thing. The generated class, what about it? I don't know what to do with this class. Oh, yours is called player input, but that should collide with Unity's player input type. Okay. But I mean, I could still have the but would I have a reference to the action here? But then I'm gonna have like another layer of indirection. But maybe that's okay, actually. Yeah, I can just abstract that away. That's probably fine. No, you know what? I don't even need this component. I can just put that in the big manager. And then guess I can just add that here. Do I want although no, wait, right. The problem here is that I'm not going to be able to access the I don't get like function names here. Like here I would also access by string, I'm guessing, which is what I wanted to avoid in the first place. Right? Maybe? Okay. Is it alternative to the player input component? Okay. Do you have to like associate it with users or like specific players? That seems a little bit convoluted. You do that in the manager, but does that work? Can I just straight up do that? Wait, so what did you write? Input system actions. But then it's just the interface, right? Wouldn't that mean I would have to implement all of those myself? Or do I inherit from this? Implement them? But I feel like that defeats the purpose, because then I would have to, then I'm back to manually doing this again, right? Or what? Because like I could do this, but then anytime anytime I rename an input, then it's gonna break, right? And that's exactly what I want to avoid. I don't know if there's any way to do that actually though, because it would have to be aware of refactoring. I don't know. I don't even know if it's possible actually. Anyway, I think long story short, let's use strings. Strings are great actually. Okay, so I don't need that. We don't need that. It's fine. Okay, where were we? We were in the grid, and we were gonna do input, press this frame, and then we do stuff there. Okay. We don't really use an event system here, so I can just delete those. And strings don't break? They both break. It would just be nice to not have things that break. Like, it would break in either case, right? Okay, so when would I check grid input? Do camera. Oh, here we go. Okay, this. Oh, I still have this really cursed hybrid input system. I'm still pretending I'm using immediate mode UI, but I am using the new input system for most of this. I don't know, just go here somewhere, I think. I don't think I need to make it complicated. Should probably put all of that kind of stuff in the same place eventually. There's also like the UI buttons for doing this, which maybe there's a way to like tie the hotkey to the button in and of itself so that they don't have to be like separately implemented. I'm not sure. Okay, does it work? It does work. Look at that grid. We got grid size changing. Amazing. But we're not done because I do have a UI that's supposed to show the current resolution, but right now that is just fake. It's a facade lying to us. It's just a UI element with no functionality. And so I guess that would be the next thing to do. Okay, so change grid resolution, and then we would update the UI here, I believe. Do I have a reference to the element? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I don't know, I guess it would be a label, maybe? Grid indicator, current grid size label. That's probably a good name. Something like that. And then dot text equals grid. What is the grid actually? I guess grid selection index, and then there's powers of 2, so it's 1 over that. Are you using UI toolkit? Yes, I am. Okay. I believe that's it. Okay. 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 Setup UI. I need to call this function. Create UI is the term I've been using. Okay, I should probably call it the same thing too, to make myself less confused in the future. Wait, where'd it go? I'm lost. Okay, there it is. This is in standalone viewport. I need to close a bunch of things. Zoop. Okay. Okay. Chat just slowed down as soon as I stopped talking. now it's just calm. Okay. Actually, how many people are 367. That's a lot. That's a weird amount. It's usually not that many on Twitch when I stream there. Locked in with me? Yeah. Locked in as in like focused and locked in, or is it you're locked in here in this horrible room with me? Okay, create UI. That's what I was doing. Okay. Okay, grid label. Currently I'm working on making my grid functional again. So I just made it so that I can toggle grid size or increase and decrease resolution. So now I'm just like, I just need to like couple that with the UI now, because right now it's entirely detached from the UI. The UI is just, it's just a facade for the grid. So I need to make sure that it actually works. Yeah. Okay, so what do we got here? This is a text field. I have heard about various AI models doing various things, and I am not interested in them. Okay, do we have a name for this? This is just text field. We have grid dial. which is just a visual element. They have a grid increase. Okay. And then, okay, I'm not sure why this is a text field. But that's okay. I can work with a text field. It just needs a name. So this is the grid text or grid. What do I call it? Grid label. Yeah, grid label. Oh, no dashes. Okay. Or no, you can't do dashes. Did I do underscore? Okay, grid label, that's a text field. Wait, the viewport, this should not be here. No, this should not be here. This should be in whatever's calling this. Yeah, yeah, here we go. This makes sense. Now I feel like I'm at home. Instance, grid, create UI. Let's just send the root in there instead. Okay, and then we have the, okay, grid label. That's the label, and that should not be renamed. Why did I do that? Okay, grid label, root, query, text field. Is name the first? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, are my keyboard sounds audible? Because I know that I enabled a noise gate or a noise filter thing, and I'm not sure exactly what it cuts out, if it's just like actual noise or if it's any kind of non-voice. They are sometimes. Okay. Okay. So that is that label. And then we have the buttons, which is grid increase and grid decrease. Oh God, which one? Okay, that's probably the correct button. Okay, and then we got increase, and then we have what? Can I? Oh no, I can't do that. Okay. No fancy editing. My keyboard is a Mistel Air 1. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to add an event. Register callback, I think. Is it on click? I always forget what the button event is because it's not mouse down. Click event, is that it? Left mouse button? That doesn't sound right. Button down on press. You're not helping out. Unity. What's it called? Button. Hit me up with the event. What's the event name? Mouse up? Really? No. No way it's mouse up. I was like 99% sure that they have a special callback. Oh, wait, it's the clickable thing. Yeah, it's this. That's the thing, right? Okay. Okay, I think that's it. So this is the increase. So we want to just call that, I suppose. I guess we can just yeet those as well, and that one is unused. And then we just do the same for decrease, but we decrease instead of increase. Okay. I guess I don't technically need these. Or no, I'm probably gonna need it if I have a maximum and a minimum grid size, you shouldn't be able to click on those. So I'm also gonna have to make sure that they are enabled and disabled based on if you're at a boundary of the range, right? So do enable, disable buttons based on boundary of grid sizes, etc. Okay. Otherwise, I do need this one. I just swap that out. Text. Why is it not like, oh, value? Okay. Hey there. Okay. All right. Oh, please don't tell me it dropped my settings. I made changes. I wanted to keep those. Oh, it did save them. Okay, cool. Is there anything else I need to do? I don't think so. Okay, so theoretically we should have functional UI, grid UI now. Okay, so let's see. It does work. It starts at the wrong number though. So there's like an initialization problem there. There's also the fact that it changes width based on this label, which is cursed. If you, I don't know if it's visible on stream, but this is the grid indicator here. Okay, so hotkeys are working and the buttons are also working. But yeah, it's just cursed because it's changing size, and we don't want that to happen. That's not super great, but that's easy to fix. I believe we can just go to this one. I don't know if is it possible to dynamically fit a label to the string so that it shrinks the font size to fit the content? Is that a thing? Text. Doesn't super look like that's a thing. At least not here. Maybe on a transform? Yeah. Okay, I mean, I could just hard code a width and then leave it slightly jank for now. I can do that later. That is not important. Yeah, let's just hard code a width for now. to make it less distracting at the very least. Okay, so grid dial, size, width. It can be a little bit wider, I guess, but I feel like it should match this one. Or maybe it's a feature that it doesn't match, so that they feel like separate panels. That's also an argument, you know? Okay. Right, the initial value is incorrect, so we need to fix that. Right, because it's calling update grid material and on enable, which is I thought that would trigger a null reference exception here. But I guess it could be because these are equal. So it's not actually updating the label at all. Right, because it's only checking for changes and the previous... where did I put that? Oh, it's just, oh, literally just here, right. Oh, this makes sense. Okay. But what does this start at? It starts at 1. Right, and because it's unchanged. I'll just turn this into a function. This is going to be update UI. Update material and UI. There we go. And then I will simply do that in multiple places. That's life sometimes. Sometimes you do things in multiple places. Hope you're gonna take that home with you as an inspirational new idea. Null reference exception. Wait, why are we null reference accepting? Grid is null. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. That makes no sense. It's got the grid here. So it's got to be the instance that's null. But this hasn't gone null before. Why am I getting null now? I simply don't believe you, Unity. Okay, what's going on? We have... Oh wait, the null ref is deeper than that. Oh, it's here. It's grid material. Okay. I get it. I get it. Fine. I will do a different variant of this. In other words, I'm gonna do that. Push that back there. And then I'm gonna do a separate thing that's just update UI. Because the material hadn't initialized yet, and I tried to update the material before the material even existed. And so I think update UI, it'll simply have to be its own thing now. And that's okay. So we'll move that there. And then we'll try again. Does creating a 3D editor in Unity violate clause of the user agreement 12.4 paragraph 2 because they compete with the main modules of the scene and with ProBuilder? Okay, where is that user agreement? What's the license called? Do you have a link to the user agreement? How do you even code while talking? It's because I'm mostly just verbalizing what's already in my head, and so it's not like I'm saying something other than what what I'm thinking about. That would be difficult, but okay. No more null ref. That's good. It's fresh off the cache. Wait, what's fresh off the cache? Oh, wait, now I oh, did I just not call the oh shit. That makes sense. I need to also actually update the UI here. That's why that was broken. But yeah, if you have any insight into if there's anything I'm risking breaking in terms of the Unity license, that would be very valuable for me to know. But as far as I know, it should be fine. But I haven't like read through the whole thing in super detail. Because I guess it sort of makes sense if you're like if you're making a game engine and you make the game engine in Unity and you just make a thin layer on top of Unity and then you call it your own game engine, I can see why Unity would take issue with that. I would hope that what I'm doing is far away enough from that, right? But that all depends on the language they have in their license stuff. Why Unity? Because I've been using Unity for a decade. I'm very proficient at using Unity, so I can make stuff very quickly. And if I'm not using Unity, that's going to be detrimental. So I'm going to be slower. I feel like something with input focus got weird there. I don't even know if the grid is visible on stream. These are like very thin lines. I guess you can mostly see it when it's like very dense. Like this. Hmm. Something with the camera input is a little bit strange. Video decoder hates the grid, yeah. Okay, I'll see if I can find the Unity user agreement. 12.4, was that it? Terms of service? Okay, 12.4. Is this it? Unity materials? And then 17.2. Okay, so certain Unity materials are subject to additional terms, and your right to use such Unity materials are subject to those additional terms. All Unity materials are confidential or proprietary to Unity. You may not and are not authorized to distribute or disclose Unity materials to any third party or use them for any purpose other than as expressly permitted by these terms. Unless otherwise authorized by Unity in writing, if you develop any applications, services, or modules using all or any portion of the Unity materials, collectively developed materials, you may use your developed materials with third-party software or hardware, but only if you remove from your developed materials all elements of the Unity materials, including any elements based on the Unity materials, and your developed materials. Okay, do not disclose, make available, incorporate, or embody any part of the Unity materials, and B, do not incorporate or embody any part of the offerings or other Unity intellectual property. Okay, so what are the materials here? Like, What is Unity materials? What is that? Oh, that was literally this paragraph. Uh, but it doesn't define what it is. What are Unity materials? And then 17.2. A, B, and O. Okay, let's see. You will access and use and permit access to and use of offerings. Okay, so what is offerings? Is offerings just a word encompassing all of the services and applications that Unity provides? Is that it? What? Anything provided by Unity. Okay, so in connection with an offering. Offering. What does offering mean? For any offering consisting of software or an online service that Unity makes available to you. Any offering. Oh my god. I'm also wondering where the definition section is. Why is there not like a thing at the top that's like this and that? Here, henceforth known as offerings or whatever. Don't they usually have that? Oh, definition section. There is a definition section. Wait, hit me up with that definition section. Section 26. Oh, it's at the bottom. Okay. All right. Offerings. Software, online services, and entitlements provided by or for Unity. Okay, so that includes Unity itself. What was the other thing we wanted to look up? So that's offerings. Was it like Unity materials? Unity materials. Any APIs, SDKs, tools, libraries, scripts, sample source code, and similar developer material made available by Unity specifically for use with an offering. Okay, and okay. So what was the 17.2 things? Okay, so 17.2, what section? Section O. Develop, okay, so this is, you will access and use and permit access to and use of offerings. Okay, so offerings being services and software provided by Unity, only in conformance with and will comply with these terms. Any applicable offering identification, policies, documentation, and all applicable laws. Okay? Wait, is it applicable or applicable? I'm not sure. Your breach of this use restriction section shall immediately and without further action terminate the rights granted under these terms and any applicable additional terms. except as expressly authorized by these terms, including any commercial terms and yada yada, policies, documentation, or as otherwise expressly permitted in writing by Unity. There is a clause there for permission, so, you know, worst case, maybe I can get permission from Unity. You will not and will not authorize, encourage, or cooperate with any third party to develop, distribute, or publish any project. God damn it. Do they not define projects? Oh, wait. The Control F just crashed out on me. Project means all results, application, work product designs, prototypes, and other items created or generated by... Okay, so that's your project. So half-edge would be a project. Okay, so I shall not develop, distribute, or publish any project in connection with any product or service that competes with or functions similarly to any offering without a separate grant of rights from Unity or otherwise provided for in the applicable additional terms. Okay, so are there additional terms here, or are they talking about like where are the additional terms? Certain offerings are subject to additional terms. Oh boy, there's another one. Oh no. I don't want to go through that whole legal document. 12.4 doesn't apply, 17.2 doesn't apply. Which one did we read just now? Unity materials. Yeah, I feel like Unity materials, it sounds like this is more about like distributing stuff within Unity itself. Like I would take, I don't know, like Unity's example project and then I sell that. Like I think like the assets provided by Unity would be included in Unity materials, right? And I'm not doing that. Okay, and the other one was 17.2. Wait, why would 17.2 not apply at all? Because there's a lot in 17.2. She would ask some AI opinions. This is, no. I would not ask an AI about this. If you ask for permission and they say no to you, and they say no, you have no benefit of doubt or ability to operate in the gray area. Yeah, that's true. Seems to me like there's no way Half-Edge could compete with any aspect of Unity. Unity does not have modeling tools, and you don't have any non-modeling tools. Some things are a little bit in the gray area, I would say, because let's say I add, like I have a hierarchy where you can parent objects to each other. And if I add a feature like you can have objects that are not meshes, so that you can have kind of a generalized scene editor, and Unity has Pro Builder. I think you could sort of make an argument that they might compete. I would think it's a very silly argument, but I think it's possible to make that argument. I would say. Yeah. Yeah, I think is asking a lawyer on the table. Maybe? I have no idea how much that costs. It sounds expensive. Unity has an entire category for modeling tools on the asset store. That would suggest they're okay with them existing. That's a different thing though, because the asset store are plugins for Unity, which means people are going to be using their software when they use the plugins. But Half-Edge is not a plugin. Half-Edge is a standalone software. Yeah, because I'm not using their store. I'm not going to release this through the asset store, which is why it's a little bit different. If it was on the asset store, everything would be completely fine. Like, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. Yeah, I feel like the spirit of a lot of these licenses, I feel like it's mostly just like, don't recreate Unity in Unity and sell it, basically. Which, that makes sense to me, but that's definitely not what I'm doing. There's aspects that I'm recreating. Like I'm recreating a hierarchy for parenting objects. Is your code using Unity engine though? Nope. I'm not using any editor code. Like the way that I'm making this is literally the same way you would make a video game. Like there's nothing about this that's different from a video game apart from the way it looks, right? Yeah. So then it's mostly a matter of like, is it too close to behaving like a game engine for them to be upset, I guess. I'm not sure. Is there an argument for competition? Nobody will be dropping Unity for Half-Edge? That's probably a good point, I think. I can think of very convoluted ways of arguing that someone might drop Unity for Half-Edge. But that's only insofar as someone is using Unity for something it's not designed for. Like if someone is making a custom game engine and they use Unity to create scenes, and then their custom engine is like reading scene files from Unity to arrange levels, basically. But then that's not really what Unity is designed for anyway. Yeah. Do we need to be careful what you say publicly in case this comes back in a court case? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure why. Like, the only thing would be like, oh, if I want to feign ignorance, like, oh, I didn't read any part of the license or whatever. But I wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should ask someone like if I need to switch off of Unity because of this. That would be not good. If you keep it in editor, I think it would be fine. Well, yeah, but yeah, it would be. Yeah, I guess I should ask. one thing that's, I don't know if this is weird to say out loud. I do have some amount of influence in the Unity community. A lot of people know who I am and know about my project. And even if it's against their terms of service, this sounds really shitty, but even if doing this is against the terms of service, I would guess that most people don't think it should be. And so if Unity shoots down this project, I think that would be a really bad move on their part, because that would probably be very visible online. And I don't think Unity needs even more shit right now. It sounds shitty to like lean on some kind of like leverage and community support or whatever. But I think that is there. And so I guess all I'm trying to say is that it is in Unity's interest, I think. I don't think there's really any good argument to shut down a project like this. I think it is only a loss for Unity if they do that. Yeah. If Unity goes after you for this, how much work would it be to move to a different engine framework? I really wouldn't want to do that again. Like I've almost already done it once. Like moving from being an editor tool to a runtime tool was actually a shitload of work. It would be a lot of work. Yeah, I don't know. You built a community around you, why would it be shitty to lean on it? Because it feels a little bit like I'm exploiting my status. Like if I was a nobody and I had this problem, if I was completely unknown on the internet, and nobody knew about this project, I think it would be very easy for Unity to just shoot down this project, right? And be like, oh no, this is too similar to Unity or whatever. And they wouldn't really lose anything because if I didn't have any influence, it wouldn't really matter. And it would be hard to like make a public thing about it and be like, hey, Unity kind of fucked me over here. But I do have a lot of influence and I would be able to do that. And it feels weird to like, I don't know, exploit my position as someone who has influence, I guess. It's similar to Asset Forge by Kenny, and that was made with Unity. That's a good point. Is that was that released as a standalone thing? But yeah, that one at the very least has yeah. Yeah. To me, this is a clear showcase product for Unity. I hope they see it that way and should be fine with it. I think so too. That's my vibe, at least. Like I have talked about Half Edge in the Unity Insiders group. It's just a name of like, there's a group of YouTubers, influencers, like names in Unity who have a Slack channel in Unity's Slack, where like it's for setting up stuff like sponsorships and like communicating with each other and helping each other out and that kind of stuff. And I've talked about Half Edge in there, and nobody's objected to it so far. So I feel like maybe they would, but I guess maybe the insiders team don't really. Maybe they're not super read up on the licensing stuff either. So I don't know. It looks like you're creating an editor that uses Unity under the hood to create assets for other editors. This is different from creating a level editor inside a game. Engines usually forbid this. So what is the difference between this? Are you saying that like because the content produced here is not for a specific game and instead for making 3D models, it's it's of a different category than a level editor? I'm not sure I agree. What if you have a game where the point is to make 3D models, and it just so happens to also have an export feature? Like, that's kind of what I have, right? Could you ask Unity people directly? I could, yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, the people I'm in touch with are not the people who I should be asking that question to, but they would know who I should ask, I think. Yeah. I think we used editor parts of Unity in your final product. Yeah, I'm not using any of that. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I'm developing this as if it was a game. There's not any difference there. The only difference is that I have to jump through like 50 hoops to to make it look like a regular like application window thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Building a standalone has the opportunity to make Unity features available without a Unity license. You could say that about games as well, right? Be careful that you don't ask the question to the wrong person. A line of no's from internal Unity people would be bad from a paper trail perspective. Bad in what way? Because if it's a no, then it's a no, right? Like, I guess it could be a situation of, I don't know, I get a no from someone who is completely unaware of the fact that it's in Unity's interest to say yes. So maybe someone would say no because usually the answer is no for most projects, and so they just kind of hand wave it. Is that the thing you're thinking of, or? Um, Is there something that you can use instead that doesn't have this gray area? I'd personally be leaning towards that. What do you mean by something I can use instead? Like a different engine, or is that is kind of out of the question at this point? Um, it would be a lot of it would be a lot of work to switch to a different engine. That's a very non-trivial thing. How does one become a master? You just do things a lot, and then you become good at it. This is peak Inception? Wait, what's Inception? What about a pivot to this being a Unity package in the event of a no from Unity? I've already switched away from being a Unity package. It started out as an editor plugin. So, and that was a lot of work, and I don't want to go through a lot of work once again to go back to the state it already was in. And, oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, the bright borders here between the panels, that's for debugging, because I was doing panel resizing stuff. So just a heads up. Can you make a level in Half-Edge and export it as a scene to Unity directly? No, because Half-Edge has its own file format, and so it's not related to Unity scenes. Hello, Francisco Palma? Tolok? Okay, anyway, we should be fine, is the verdict, I think. Right? What does half-edge export to? Right now, STL and my own file format. The goal is to have GLTF and OBJ and hopefully FBX as well. That's what I'm targeting right now. But I haven't implemented it yet. Last time I tried to search for GLTF and GLB file format stuff, I got annoyed at the internet and then made a video about it instead of actually implementing the importer. Okay. So grid stuff, right? Okay. Let's do the button enabling and disabling. That should be pretty easy. Button. Can I search in here instead? Maybe. There we go. When am I gonna be able to get my hands on it? I'm not sure. Hopefully this year. I'm gonna be angry with myself if I can't get the alpha version done this year. I really want to do that, but so hopefully in the middle of this year, in a few months, the alpha version is going to be ready for testing, and then ideally later this year, 1.0 should be released. But who knows? I am awful at estimating stuff, and usually there's like other projects that like interject all of my plans, and so yeah, like I have a GDC talk coming up, and so that's gonna take a bunch of time. And then I have a video project, which is likely gonna be around the end of the year at some point, which is a collaboration, which is gonna be weird and interesting. And I'm not sure if it's like we haven't decided if we're gonna go through with it yet. We're still in the idea phase, but so there might be another video. Yeah, by the end of the year sometime. And so I'm not like 100% working on half edge all the time. And so it's hard to predict things. And then also managing my burnout recovery. I need to be careful with how much I overwork, and so that's also gonna affect things. What if you talk about half edge in your GDC talk? I might mention it. I think it has a few good reasons to mention it. And yes, I'm working on this alone. I'm using Unity though, so I got that. There's a few fonts I'm using. I'm using a third-party file browser to like, you can click a thing to get the OS native file browser. What's your biggest income right now? The Unity Asset Store has consistently been my biggest income. My Patreon has been slowly shrinking, but my YouTube has been slowly growing. Yeah, I would say Asset Store is a little bit over a third of my income right now. So not quite half, but almost. Okay. What am I doing? Greater than 0. Okay. You got shapes even though you don't use Unity? Well, why did you get it then? Oh no, you just spend money. You should use it if you buy it. You can make shapes. But thanks though. Right, enable disabled state. Oh my god, it works. Look, this tiny button is disabled now. And if I go to the top, the grid increase button is now also disabled. Oh my god. This is revolutionary new developments in programming technology. I do need to... Okay, there's some input focus stuff I need to fix, but I think it's if I click one of these buttons, the input goes to the UI instead of to the general key detection stuff I have. Neat. Okay, well that's good. Oh, that's less good. Now my rendering is messed up. I don't know why this happens. Sometimes rendering just poops out completely. I guess half edges are fine, but for some reason there's something about some kind of like, I'm guessing it's one of the camera matrices that gets messed up. Because I think if I enable the camera and then disable it again, yeah, now it's fine. I think it's maybe if I go to the scene view and the camera's disabled in some weird state, sometimes half edge gets some strange. I'm guessing it's like global like matrix variables or something that's set to the incorrect values. Maybe it's grabbing them from the scene camera or something. Because it is a little bit weird that in half edge I'm not actually I don't actually have an enabled camera. I forget if I even call render on this camera. I think I just have this camera here to store like data, like the near clip and the far clip. I don't even know if I use the camera. I think I might be able to just delete the camera and then just change a few lines of code. But there's a few like side effects that are really annoying when I do it this way. Where like in a video game, you render every frame, right? Like it runs at like 60 FPS. But in a tool or an application, you pretty much only render when something changes. And so much of what I do here, I just set up my own like command buffer and then I call that and supplying my own like camera projection matrices and all of that. And so there's this annoying thing where like I can't really use so like Unity has this frame debugger, right? The frame debugger shows you all of the draw calls that happened during a frame. But I don't have frames. And so like sometimes it just doesn't, now it works, but sometimes it's just not showing anything. Because I'm guessing I can like land between what the frame debugger considers frames, or I don't know. But now it actually worked, which I'm a little bit surprised by, because it hasn't worked for a long time. Kind of excited actually, because I can use this again. Okay, anyway. That's good. Okay, well, if I get the rendering bug again, I can use that to see if I can figure out why it's going wrong. There's no frame debugger API? Not that I could find. I really wish I could just like after creating a command buffer, just like shove it into some like frame debugger dot like output frame or something. But I don't know. Okay. What else do we want to do? We fixed the grid. I'm happy we fixed the grid. We did something today instead of just yapping, so that's good. Oh yeah, the grid. You can change which plane the grid is on as well. It cycles through all 3 states. Got a button for that in case you want to toggle that. There's also, I do have support for custom grids, which may or may not work. Oh yeah, because I don't have a way of setting it to... Okay, yeah, they used to be interesting, but right now I need to add being able to move objects rather than just mesh data before I can showcase that. So never mind. Are you using URP? Because I'd rather you can add profiling samplers while adding render passes. I'm not using URP, but I'm considering switching to it. So that might be relevant in the future. Most of my rendering is like outside of the render pipelines anyway, because it's all just command buffers. So I'm not actually sure what that would even entail. I guess I could make use of some of the SRP APIs, which I'm guessing is where that feature lives. I have cat hair in my mouth. Okay. Did we do anything else today? Or did we do the one grid feature? I feel like I should do one more thing. What more should I do? There's a ton of things I have to fix and implement. So there's no shortage of that. Can you unwrap objects? UV mapping is planned, but not yet. What's on your list of things to do? Too many things. I mean, there's like a gazillion right in front of me. So panel resizing is one of the things I left half finished. So like I can resize this one, that works fine, but not this one. This one seems to be incorrectly implemented. This one seems to work fine. So something about this one is weird. This one is working. Like if I dock this panel here, there should be another separator here, but it's not showing up. And I'm not sure why, because it really should. So there's a bunch of bugs around that that I need to work out. But I'm not entirely sure if I should take on the more convoluted stuff now, or if I'm feeling kind of done because it's getting late. What's your default orientation? Did you have to debate on what to pick? What do you mean by default orientation? Do you have any modeling tools implemented, or are you working on core functionality for now? Do you have plans for some modeling features different from other software? Yes, I do have some modeling features implemented. The problem is that it's silly, but a lot of these tools, like Extrude, for example, they also show, like I need to draw some additional like arrows or lines in each of these, right? And Half Edge used to be a Unity plugin. And I was using the like the immediate mode style drawing of lines in for all of my previews for things like Extrude. But now that Half Edge is standalone, I don't use immediate mode drawing anymore. And so I can't really use those handles because those handles are editor only. And so I haven't ported all of that. And so a lot of my stuff that any editor action that requires drawing some kind of primitives, most of it I haven't ported to like a runtime version, and so yeah, so I do have features. It's just that they're not working because of the drawing stuff. But yeah, I mean, if I find any of these that don't make use of that, then it should work. So let's see. Do I have that? Extrude is not going to work. Insert the insert edge loop is probably not going to work either because that one draws lines. I can try. Nope. 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 Null reference exception. Yep. It's all broken. I feel like I should probably prioritize fixing that because it's actually really annoying to. It's really annoying to have features implemented that I can't show people because my drawing code is preventing me from doing it. I didn't expect it to get a null ref here though. That's a little bit unexpected. Oh, you're asking about like right, forward and up and whatnot. Right now I'm just matching Unity, which is left-handed Y up, and so just because of convenience. But my plan long-term for a half edge is that I want users to be able to change that themselves. I want it to be a per project configuration to set it to be either Y up or Z up or X up, and then also being able to toggle left-handed versus right-handed. That is a long-term goal for half edge. But yeah, so Unity, as you can see on this gizmo, Unity is left-handed, Y up. Really appreciate your stuff. You make this stuff look so much fun. Watching the lerping or spline video is always a good kick to do some tangential learning. Heck yeah, I am glad. Is there a lot of overhead of using Unity instead of a standalone program with simple graphics? Maybe a little bit. Like the file size of the application is going to be a little bit larger than it would have been otherwise, but it's not going to be so large that it's a problem, especially not because this is for desktop, not for mobile. And so the other things you have to consider is that you want to make sure that you don't want to run an application like a game. You don't want to update it every frame. So you need to make sure that you don't do that, right? And so I need to make sure that I only update when something changes. Otherwise, it's going to like fire up people's GPUs just for having it open, right? Nice to have a basis independent reasoning, so it doesn't really matter how coordinates are represented. Yeah. Although there's always going to be some. That's also partially why I want to add being able to change handedness and up axis. Because I am curious how much work that is and where that determination for orientation comes into code. Because like handedness is a really elusive concept. Up axis, I think it's very easy to wrap your head around. It's easy to see where that would appear in code. But handedness is a very invisible concept because the generally all of your math is going to look exactly the same regardless of which handedness you have, including the cross product. And that's fascinating to me. And so I'm just like, where does it happen? I think the way that I see this right now is that I think not including your cross products. No, I'm so okay. If you want to go like ultra mathematical, you could argue that there's multiple definitions for the cross product and yada yada, right? But here's the thing, okay? Do we have a space for this? We do. Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's say we have a coordinate system. Cool. So this is left-handed way up, right? So left-handed, and then we want to make a. God damn it! Why are all of my tool settings on the incorrect values? Jesus. Normal, please. Okay, here we go. All right, and then we make a right-handed variant. There we go. So now I'm angry with my tools again. Lasso, there we go. I don't agree that this area is empty. Okay, and then we have the right-handed one. Okay, so let's say you have this, right? You have two separate worlds. You have one application that's left-handed, one application that's right-handed. Up axis doesn't matter in this case. But here's the thing. If you take the x-axis and then you do the cross product with the y-axis, that is equal to the z-axis. And this is true for both of these, even though they point in quote-unquote different directions, right? And so not even the cross product makes a difference here. It only makes a difference if you compare it to some other space, but you need that other space for that to actually look different. But if that other space is not there as a point of comparison, then like there's not really a way to talk about it being different, right? It's true for both of them, but the same object represented in both would have opposite results. What do you mean by opposite results? If it's like they point in different directions from the perspective of watching both at the same time, then yes, but that's not what we're doing, right? Like this, we're kind of choosing the ambient space, right? If I align the x-axis is the same direction in both, isn't z flipped? You mean if this axis here points along this, then yes. Wait, why is this not working? Oh, because I haven't merged layers. We can do that if you want that. It doesn't change anything though. The thing, this still applies. So if you want this variant instead, then it would look like that. Yeah. If I can draw straight lines, which I seem to be struggling with. There you go. Now you got the x-axis pointing in the same direction. Yeah, but the thing is that like, if you were to look at this in code, like what does this actually output? Like what do you actually get from doing this? Like they're both doing the exact same thing. Like you have a vector of 1, 0, 0, right? Cross product with a vector of 0, 1, 0 equals 0, 0, 1. So this would be this is your x-axis. This is your y-axis. And this is your z-axis. And that's it. That is exactly the same in both of these. And so that's what I mean when I say that it's elusive. Like, handedness is a really weird concept in that it only exists insofar as you can reason about a different handedness. But in and of itself, within its own universe, handedness kind of doesn't really exist. And that's weird. I think that's fascinating. And so like I mentioned before, I want to see where this shows up. Like, where do I have to add the if statement to branch based on handedness? I have a guess. I think I know where it's going to show up. But I'm not sure if that is like, that might just be because I choose to put it there, because you can probably choose to put it wherever. But like, the way that I see it is that you could probably put that sign flip in the projection matrix of your rendering. So you can just say, whatever we are rendering, flip it horizontally. And then I think if I then make all of the other things that interact with space, like if I want to know something like rotating the camera, I need to be able to tell where you're moving the cursor, if you're moving it left or right, right? And so if you do that, then I need to convert that into actual coordinates. So then I need to go from screen coordinates to 3D coordinates. And screen space is usually you have x right and y down. And so when the conversion happens here, that's what I need to do. I need to incorporate whatever I change in the projection matrix. So I need to account for whether or not it's positive or negative, wherever that is, right? In the projection matrix. Yeah, but I don't think it goes much further beyond that. Like, that's where I think that's about it. There are a few other, there's a few other things where like choice of orientation kind of comes up in a weird way, where like, if you have text in your 3D space, you can't just straight up mirror and everything will turn out fine. Because you've sort of made assumptions about up and right along that text. And so text is going to be mirrored. But maybe that's just, no, that's not a problem, because that is just that's a side effect of you going between spaces. That's a conversion issue. That's not an inherent issue with handedness. And again, handedness just disappears. Anyway, yeah. So I'm kind of curious about that, and so I want to try to make half-edge handedness agnostic and let you set that on a per project basis. Most people are probably just going to pick a preset, so there's going to be presets for like Unity or Unreal or Godot or whatever, like whatever you're exporting to. But yeah. Handedness influences the winding order, which needs to be flipped as well. Yeah. But it depends on the file format. I think it's USD. USD have handedness, or no, have winding separate from handedness. And so who knows what kind of cursed combinations um, people have out there. I don't even know if I should I support X up or X down. I'm guessing if I support Y versus Z up and left-handed versus right-handed, I think I'm probably already at a generalized state enough that I can just let people pick whatever. Non-orthogonal bases. Okay, we don't talk about non-orthogonal bases. Like we're not gonna do anything approaching that. If you support picking up axis, might as well allow any axis anywhere. Maybe, yeah. I mean, up axis is in some sense easier. No, it's a lot easier than handedness, I think. Because up axis is very... There's not a whole lot of things where up axis actually makes a difference. It makes a difference for your scene view camera. And like the terms you use for orienting objects, right? But other than that, like if you fix those two things, you're good to go, right? I wonder if I can show you. Probably in here, I believe. This might not work. We'll see. How's OBS doing? Is it alive? It's alive. Okay. I love Salad so much. Look at his face. Look at his face. This is my son. Oh my goodness. I was playing with parallax shaders, and I put Salad in the shader with some refraction. I put the Salad in the shaders. Wait, unassigned reference exception? I copied an object. How much is there to care about? Oh. I don't know. Where's the mesh? There we go. That's the wrong quad. Or is it? That might be the correct quad, actually. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Look at the Salad. He's trapped in the frosted realm. Make a salad bowl. You know, if I had if half edge had extrude working again, I could make a bowl in my modeling tool, but right now everything is broken. And so, unfortunately, I would have to open Blender, and that's not reasonable. It's Salad. Why is Salad in the capsule? I've forgotten why I was opening this project. It was something interesting and important related to... Oh, it was up axis related. Oh, so I did a thing like as a proof of concept for how little up axis matters in terms of how much you need to implement. I actually added a Z up mode to Unity, like a simple plugin where all you do is you press a button, and now Unity is Z up. And so there you go. You got Z up Unity. Great news. Z-Up fans. If you're a fan of Blender or Unreal, here you go. Here's Unity Z-Up. Sometimes it breaks because my programming is not always the best, but so there you go, Z-Up Unity. And so like all you really do is that you hijack the camera, and then you just say, this is the new up vector, deal with it. And then now you can make your game Z-Up. The only thing that gets confusing is that Unity has these like predefined vectors where like vector 3.up is by definition the y-axis. So those things get confusing. But anyway. Okay, I should probably go to bed pretty soon, so if you have any questions or anything before I leave, if you want to chat for a little bit, I can do that, but otherwise I think my brain is too fried to work on complicated things. But I'm down for chatting for a little bit if you have any questions. And if you don't have any questions, then that's okay too. Aren't you in the US? Nope. I am in Sweden. When was the last time you had water? I don't remember. I've been drinking this. I guess there's some water in that. What topics would you recommend learning the most about for game dev, 2D and 3D? I feel like the premise of that question is flawed, because it's not really it's not like I guess like it depends on what you want to learn. You don't really like. Are you asking if it should be 2D or 3D you get into if you want to learn about game dev? I think it's more like, first you need to start with your goal. Like, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to learn? Figure that out first, and then from there you can figure out what the next step should be, given that. Yeah. So it just depends on what your goals are. I'm very much of the learning by doing side of things. So like if you wanna learn game development, the best way to do that is to start making games. Like start creating things in Unity. Unity is free. You can just get started and do stuff, or Godot, or Unreal, or whatever engine you want to use. Yeah. Just found out you were streaming here. Why you moved from Twitch? Because I wanted to try. I just wanted to see what it's like to stream here. If it's better or worse, or if it's... I don't know. I don't know what the engagement TM is like. All I know is that on Twitch, Twitch is... How many viewers do I usually get? I don't know, like 80 to 100? So I've had more viewers here. There's been like 300 for quite a while. So there's more viewers here. I also barely make any money whatsoever on Twitch. It is a tiny pixel sliver of my income. So it's not like financially viable either. So I'm thinking if YouTube for some reason is better, then why not? But goddamn, it's annoying that if you have technical issues, then it's going to create a separate link to your stream, which is really annoying. So handedness is just our interpretation of the direction of z. So swapping handedness means flipping everything over the xy plane. Winding order common seems true given the assumption. Yes. But the problem is that... Yeah, the problem is that when you say swapping handedness means flipping everything over the xy plane, and when you say the direction of z, generally you have some kind of frame of reference for what you mean by direction. And one of the things about like handedness is kind of a prerequisite before you can visualize any kind of coordinate system in 3D. And so it's this weird like chicken and egg problem of like the order of operations is strange. Like you can't really ask what direction Z points in before you define handedness. Like that is the definition of what it points in. But then also, when you say the direction it points in, what coordinate system is that in, if not its own coordinate system? And so in some sense, if you have a left-handed coordinate system and a right-handed coordinate system like this, if this is Z, Z is pointing in the same direction in both of these spaces. It's pointing along 0, 0, 1, right? Because that is the definition of Z in both of these spaces. And the only reason they look different is because we're comparing two of them next to each other. We can remove any of these two and say like, oh, so this is the z-axis and that's the direction of 0, 0, 1, but the same thing is true here. And there's not that much that's different apart from their like visually mirror images of each other, right? And so yeah, it's just a weird thing to wrap your head around. Because what does it even mean to wrap your head around something if you don't define what direction to wrap it in, you know? Do you think investing into courses is worth it for learning graphics programming, or is reading through documentation better? It's really hard to say. I learn a lot better by doing. I have a lot of like built-in and like inherent like drive to create, and so for me it's like less of a question. It's more so just like if I want to learn how to do a thing, I get started doing that thing badly until I can do it goodly, right? Like, I don't know, if I want to learn 3D modeling, I jump into Blender, and then as soon as I run into an obstacle, I try to look up a solution for that. And then I move on, I can do the next thing, and then I run into an obstacle, and then maybe I have too many obstacles, and I search for some kind of tutorial on something like, I don't know, how do I create an automatic unwrapping of an object? And then I'll find that. And like, it's for me, it's never straight up reading through documentation. It's never like applying to a course or something. But that's easy for me to say because I have a lot of internal motivation. And so I can just lean on that. But if you can't lean on that, if you have to learn something that you're not interested in and you don't have a lot of internal motivation, then I don't know what to do in that situation. If you solve that problem, let me know because that would be really useful to learn things that are uninteresting. But again, that's just me. I really like learning by doing. Take things step by step, solve problems one at a time as you run into them. Yep. What's the topic of your GDC talk? My GDC talk is about it's about the value of digging deeper into math, because that's kind of what I've been doing for the past 3 years, 4 years. Yeah, for the past like 3 years, 4 years, I have sort of taken a deep dive into math in a way that I hadn't really done before then. Before then, I was mostly doing coding and game development and like shader programming and like that kind of stuff. So I hadn't really like gotten deep into math, just like pure math. And so my GDC talk is sort of it's sort of a bucket of ideas and takeaways that I've learned from digging into this stuff deeper. And so, yeah, kind of just bringing those things up, sharing some of the tools that I use and the ways that I try to solve problems. And also some use cases where like, oh, you have this esoteric math concept and it seems useless, but I actually used it in a project of mine and solved a problem in a way that I would never have thought of had I not dug deeper into math. Um, yeah, and so that's what the talk is about. Um, for someone with no knowledge of math, what would be the best way to start? Depends on your goal. My goal generally has always been to create like the things in game development that I enjoy, which is usually shader programming. I used to do a lot of game jams, and then just from more and more experience programming, you just tend to run into more and more math problems. And I guess I reached a kind of tipping point where once I there's a tipping point of digging into any topic, I think, where the interest kind of becomes self-perpetuating if you're into it enough. And that definitely happened with math, where it started out as a kind of a means to an end, where I'm just like, oh, I have to learn this math thing in order to solve this problem that I'm working on. But then a few years ago, I hit the very dangerous threshold where now I find certain things in math interesting on their own. I don't need a game project. I don't need a problem to solve. I don't need a shader I'm trying to make. I just find the math concept interesting and I want to play with it. like, and that is a dangerous place to be if you want to be productive and release video games, because if you're stuck in math, you're not going to make video games. You're going to do math instead. that so that's the story of how the spline video came about, right? I didn't need to look into all of those splines. I just wanted to. It was fascinating to me. I just loved it. It was interesting. I could sort of backwards justify it of like, well, what if I need to make a camera movement with, quaternionic B-splines? Maybe I'll do that at some point, but I'm really just lying to myself. The thing I'm really saying is, I want to play with a quaternionic B-spline. That seems really cool. And then I'm like post hoc rationalizing it. So that's when I passed the threshold of being lost in math. But the truth is that yeah, kind of like Mediatrix said in chat, like you don't actually need that much math for most game development. I think if you're writing a physics engine or you're writing like rendering code, then you're gonna need more math. But honestly, if you're doing gameplay code and you're using game engine, you're mostly gonna be doing linear algebra, some trigonometry here and there, some value remapping. Like you don't actually need that much. Your math for programmers was super important to me. That's good to hear. I'm glad. I think I think one thing I really like about game development is that there's so much in, I don't know, game development is just a gold mine of use cases for math. It's everywhere in games. Like if you want to find use cases for the dot product, it's everywhere. Like there's no shortage of use cases. And I think having a math class where it's grounded in use cases, I think is really, really, really good to make people interested and feel like what they're learning is useful in the first place, right? Because I feel like so much in school, especially like before high school, it's just like everything feels pointless. Like what? How many people use cosine and sine on a daily basis? Very few people. I don't even do that. I use it weekly probably, but most people are not going to need trigonometry to like spend time with their family and cook food and go to work and hang out with friends and like when you're not going to use them, right? How will you teach a highly curious 7-year-old math? I do some math with my son for fun, but it's mostly word problems, not pure math. If you have someone who's curious, I'm honestly just projecting now because this is how I function. But if you have someone who's curious about something, just give them the tools to play with it, and it's going to be self-perpetuating at that point. So I guess it's mostly a matter of finding those tools that can spark that interest, I suppose. Why is drawing single pixel lines so difficult in shaders? Because there are a surprising number of heuristics that we use to judge whether a line looks good or not that are unintuitive for computers to work out. 1 pixel thick lines are much easier than 5 pixel thick lines. That's when you get into the real issues. But a lot of it, it comes down to depth sorting, making sure that your lines both have anti-aliasing, but also they are rendered in the correct order on top of each other. That's tricky. I don't know. Renderers are generally better at handling big surfaces, and as soon as you get into really small things, you get into this contradictory space where it's both transparent but also sort of opaque. But if it's transparent, you can't make use of the depth buffer. But you need blending to work out. It's a mess. Would you say it's fair to say that a vector can be used as a direction and a quaternion as a direction plus angle? Yeah. I mean, that's one way of interpreting it. But this gets into the ontological nature of mathematical objects, which it's kind of like asking, is a normalized quaternion a rotation? And more often than not, the answer is you could interpret it like that if you like. There's not really a canonical thing is this or thing is that. Yeah, as soon as you get into the stuff like abstract algebra, that's especially true. But yes, it is true that the thing you're mentioning of you have an axis and you have an angle, that's usually, if you want to talk about rotation representations, then the axis angle model is that is kind of what you're describing. Quaternions are not really axis angle, but they are very close to it. So quaternions are kind of say you have the axis angle model, and you encode the angle by the magnitude of the vector. So sometimes that's called a rotation vector. A quaternion, so if you have an angle axis, you have a vector, the direction of the vector is the axis of rotation, and the magnitude is the magnitude of the rotation, how much you want to rotate, right? So if this is the axis and you're in a left-handed coordinate system, then it would be a rotation. If this is the axis, this is the rotation direction, right? If it's left-handed. So that is the rotation vector. Okay, so how does that relate to quaternions? Well, rotation vectors are kind of annoying to composite. If you want to combine two rotations in the rotation vector format, or you want to convert that to a matrix form, but especially like compositing multiple rotations together. That's not a very good like data representation for doing that kind of operation because it requires a lot of steps. It's similar to like Euler angles also are kind of jank if you want to like composite multiple Euler angle rotations together. Quaternions are much better for compositing. Quaternions have this feature where you can combine rotation representations in a really efficient manner. The amount of operations you need to do in code is much, much smaller. And that's why we use Quaternions. That is almost only the sole reason why Quaternions are useful is because they composite faster in terms of performance. It's just really good for compositing. Okay, so how do quaternions relate to rotation vectors? So quaternions, normalized quaternions, I should say, I usually think of them as a special encoding of rotation vectors. Also no gimbal lock. Gimbal lock is only a problem with Euler angles. Gimbal lock does not exist in any other rotation models as far as I'm concerned. So gimbal lock is an Euler angle problem. Quaternions aren't specifically to solve gimbal lock. Quaternions, it's more so that Euler angles have gimbal lock issues. Okay, so if you have a rotation vector, again, you have a vector, or this is the vector, and then the magnitude of this vector tells you how much you should rotate around that axis. That's a rotation vector. We do use this in game development. Pretty much, as far as I know, I think we only use this for angular velocity. If you have a wheel in a game, then angular velocity is this vector. So the longer this vector is, the faster it rotates. So it's like radians per seconds usually, right? So we do use that for angular velocity. Now, we should call that a bivector, but nobody cares because it's so similar to vectors, so whatever. Okay, so let's see you have this rotation vector. You have a direction. The magnitude of this is the amount of rotation. So how does this relate to quaternions? Quaternions basically have the axis of the rotation vectors. Let's say that you normalize that. So we get the pure axis, the direction, the normalized axis of rotation. And then that is you start by putting that in the XYZ components of the quaternion. So the XYZ components represent the axis of rotation. And the W component does not actually represent the angle. Instead, what the quaternion does is that in W and in the magnitude of the XYZ components, it stores the sine and the cosine of the angle. And so quaternions don't actually have the angle in it. Quaternions have they have the result of the sine and the cosine of the angle divided by 2. There's an off by 2 here for silly reasons. And so you could say that like quaternions are very closely related to angle axis, and so that's why I consider quaternions to be a special encoding of angle axis. And this is specifically normalized quaternions because non-normalized quaternions is a whole other can of worms. Yeah, and so that's quaternions. So you could say it's not much more than that, but what's really cool about quaternions is the algebraic rules for how they composite together. If you multiply 2 quaternions, that is equivalent to doing one rotation and then the other. And that is also, it's just really fast to implement that in code. Quaternion multiplication is cheap. So that's what's cool about it. Yeah, so that's quaternions. And Obviously, quaternions are really hard to wrap your head around because it's difficult to visualize them because of the fact that like the angle axis variant, you just have this vector, and the longer the vector, the more it rotates. It's very easy to like wrap your head around it. But for quaternions, the vector is like scaled by the sine, and then it has a real component that's scaled by the cosine. So you can't just directly draw them in 3D space because they have this like alternating sine cosine magnitude situation, right? But that's also why they are fast to composite, because in Euler angles, you have to calculate the sine and the cosine in order to do a transformation with them. But in the quaternion, and that also applies to the rotation vector. But in the quaternion, you've already done that math. You've already done the sine and the cosine of the angle, so it's kind of like a transformation matrix in that sense as well. A transformation matrix is fast to transform with because you've already done the calculation for sine and cosine. You don't store the angle in a transformation matrix. You just have the already transformed vectors or the basis vectors of that new space, and then you just multiply that with whatever you want to transform, right? Quaternions work in a similar way where instead these things are kind of like you have the values of one of these x and y coordinates from doing the sine and the cosine. And so that's already calculated. And so it's a really cool, I don't know, like quaternions is a really cool hybrid between the like rotation matrices and angle axis rotations. It's somewhere in between, and it just happens to be really useful for computing composite rotations quickly. Yeah. Is this why Quaternion struggles with history? Like if you do Control Z, it gets confused if you do more than a 360 degree rotation in Maya. Well, normalized quaternions have this thing where you can't represent rotations beyond 2 full turns. So that's like one of those advantages that. So if you take a rotation vector, like if you have a wheel of a car, this is the angular velocity rotation vector. The faster this wheel spins, the longer this vector is going to be. And that goes indefinitely up until floating point precision and limitations, I guess. And so you can encode any angle from negative infinity to positive infinity, clamped by the range of your data type, like floats, right? But if you want to try to represent angular velocity with a normalized quaternion, the way that quaternion rotations are encoded, remember, you don't actually have the angle. You don't know how long that vector is in a quaternion. You only know the results of the sine and the cosine, right? And so that obviously wraps around. And also because of the division by 2, there's a double cover there as well. So you don't get any angle value in a quaternion. A quaternion just doesn't have that range. You can't go further than that. And in many cases, usually what you do with quaternions is that quite often, while they might have that double cover in code, you often just delete that other half. So you only have a single cover. It's kind of like a normalized vector, right? A normalized vector can represent angles from, I guess, from 0 up until 360. But you can't represent more than that because there's ambiguity. Like we don't know if 0 is 360 or 0 or 720 or negative 360 because there's ambiguity in representation. And that's where Euler angles are a little bit more useful, because Euler angles, you can store a floating point value for the angle on some axis. So there you can go how far you want. Yeah, so generally you should treat quaternions similar, like to the way that you would treat transformation matrices or rotation matrices, because they don't represent winding. Like you can't go over, you don't have the winding information there anymore. Yeah, so I'm just guessing. Maybe that's why you get the like rotation issues in Maya. I'm not sure, or Blender or 3D Max. But yeah, that's Quaternions. And double covers because of how Quaternions is applied with multiplication on the left and right. It doesn't really have to do with left and right. It's more so to do with the fact that you store half the angle in a quaternion makes it so that going a full turn in the sine and cosine encoding takes 2 full turns instead of 1 turn, right? If you want to like approach this from a rotation perspective, right? So that's why, because quaternions, again, the value of the sine and the cosine is half of the angle of rotation, not the actual angle. And there's reasons for that. It's just kind of how the math shakes out. If you want to transform a vector with a quaternion, you use something called a sandwich product, which is you take the quaternion and you multiply that with your vector, and then you multiply that by the conjugate of the quaternion. A conjugate of a normalized quaternion is just you negate the xyz components. If you do that, it's basically like you're applying the transformation twice. And because that applies the transformation twice, you don't want that to be double the angle that you want to have in the end. And so dividing by 2 makes it actually end up at the correct angle. That's the way I reason about it. Maybe there's deeper mathy reasons, but yeah. Some people talk about the what's it called, Dirac plate trick. I've never been convinced by that. I don't know why that's supposed to be convincing, because I have no idea what an arm of a human being has to do with quaternions. I don't get it. I feel like there's a more fundamental explanation where you don't rely on human anatomy holding a plate. It's like, I don't know. It was just never convincing. Maybe nobody presented a convincing. Maybe nobody presented it in a convincing way to me, I guess. Okay. I have actually considered making a video about rotations. I kind of want to do that. I think it's sort of been a thing on my mind. I want to explain quaternions in a way that people can pick up and understand. And I think that the way that I talked about it now is kind of the approach that I want to take. Because I feel like not to call anyone out, but I didn't really like Grant's, the 3x1 Brown Quaternion explainer. It was beautiful, as usual. It's lovely and wonderful. But I feel like the interpreting quaternions as a 4-dimensional object, I think, is the wrong approach. I'm wholly convinced of that at this point. I think the XYZ components are different, and they should be treated differently from the W component. And it becomes very like evident if you look into, I mean, even any geometric algebra. I feel like to me, it just made a lot of sense. Everything just kind of clicked into place for me once I had that interpretation of it. But that does require you to kind of, I don't know, it does sort of require you to cover bivectors, which are relatively complicated. But yeah, I did a talk about that. It's called "Why Can't You Multiply Vectors?" In case you want to learn about that. It's a secret talk about geometric algebra and quaternions, but I just pretend it's about vectors to get people into it, you know? Okay. Any other questions before I go? Are the cats dragging you to bed yet? They went to bed a while ago. I remember there has been some interpretation as a projection from 4D. Yeah, I just don't find them. I just don't like those. I feel like it's distracting. Yeah. I really recommend to learn rotors from geometric algebra before you learn quaternions. In my mind, they're the same thing. It's just a different name. The only reason I don't like using the term rotors or geometric algebra is because I don't know why, but it seems like geometric algebra has like spawned this really big community, and they're a little bit obsessive. I don't know how to describe it. And so I don't know. I don't want to get involved with that crowd, you know? And so I just call them quaternions, even though they're rotors in my head. And I still like think in terms of bivectors. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything against them. It's just like geometric algebra people. This is probably not a thing about geometric algebra. This is probably more of a math person thing, where like people are very quick to jump to the most generalized form and the most generalized form of a thing that explains everything. And so geometric algebra communities tend to have this kind of theory of everything vibe, which yeah, which is cool. Like if that's what you want to do, that's great. But that's not really what I'm interested in. I'm more interested in how, like the stuff that I usually do is usually just called VGA, which is kind of the level 1 geometric algebra, and I think there's a whole host of interesting things there. And so I never really went beyond that into the projective stuff or the like conformal stuff or whatever. Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of interesting things even there. But why do you think there's a need for another 3D modeling app when Blender exists? Go to the website and check the frequently asked questions, and you will get an answer to that question. Because I've answered this multiple times throughout these 4 hours, so and I'm a little bit tired of it. The short answer is Blender was not made for game developers. Blender has a huge feature set and covers a huge audience, and that affects the design decisions that goes into making a huge piece of software like that. And I firmly believe that if you have a piece of software that's more targeted to a specific target audience, you can make something that is much more catered to that audience. You could frame it as me just making it simpler, but I think that is that's a very negatively loaded way of framing it. I think you should, if you know any illustrators or 2D artists out there, ask them how you would compare, how they would compare something like Photoshop to Procreate. If they've used Procreate, it's an iPad drawing app. You could say Procreate is just it's just a simpler version of Photoshop. But I think that is that is a perspective on software as a bucket of features. And I think it's a mistake to think about software as buckets of features divided by cost of purchasing it, you know? I don't think that's a good way to view software because you miss out on what it's like to use that piece of software. This is just a really long-winded way of saying some software just feels really nice to use, and the design you can have in a more narrowly focused app is something you can make feel much better than the one that has more features, basically. And I think Procreate is a really good example of that. Procreate has, on paper, way fewer features than Photoshop. It has not even close to as many features as Photoshop, Clip Studio Paint, Paint Tool SI. Procreate is, on paper, worse. But if you ask people what it's like to work in Procreate, if you ask illustrators, a lot of illustrators absolutely love working in Blender, myself included, or not Blender, sorry, Procreate. I love using Procreate. I would rather draw in Procreate on my iPad than to use Photoshop. Even though Photoshop has way more features, I'm actually missing a lot of features I wish I had in Procreate that Photoshop does have. But the feeling of using Procreate is like miles ahead of Photoshop. And so yeah, that's basically my approach. I think Procreate is kind of like my go-to reference for comparison of the space that I see Half-Edge occupying in the 3D modeling space. In my case, instead of targeting illustrators as my audience, I'm targeting mid-poly game developers as my audience, right? Yeah. But yeah, like you say, like Blender is a whole, it's like several aircraft carrier panels that you have to wade through because Blender is a huge piece of software that does so much. And all of the UX decisions are going to be affected by that. In many ways, in negative ways, if you want to just use a specific part of Blender. Yeah. I just told you to go to the FAQ, and then I answered the question anyway. That's pointless. Why did I do that? What's so bad about UV editing in existing 3D modeling tools that motivates you to make your own editor? I feel like the people who, like, whoever made the UV tools in Maya and Blender, probably 3D Max as well, it feels like they don't even use the tool themselves. I don't know why. I legitimately don't know why. Like, something as simple as select these UVs, align them to the left. Align my selected UVs to the leftmost of the selected UVs. It's incredibly simple to implement this. It's a trivial, a tiny amount of code to add alignment features like this, but they don't have them. And I'm like, why? Why? Like, this is it's so trivial to implement. It's such a low-hanging fruit. And like, there are a gazillion alignment features like this, or like adjustment or like fitting features or like straightening features that are just like so easy to implement. And they don't. And I don't understand why. Like, if you want to have good UV editing in Maya and in Blender, you have to have plugins because by default, it's just the most bare minimum stuff. And in Blender, maybe it's better now, but Blender used to be the most confusing selection state I've ever seen in a UV editor. Like, they had this weird, like, link selection idea where you had... It was just hard to know what I had selected when and what action would lead to what result. Because selection state was just this floating in space, unclear thing. And like, there's no interactive unfolding in In Blender, like, why is there no interactive unfold? In Maya, you can just select a bunch of things and, like, drag a thing and it goops out and it just flattens the whole thing and it looks really cool and it's super useful, but I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's sad because UV mapping is fun. I enjoy UV mapping, but I just got something in my eye. That's probably for saying that I enjoy UV mapping. The universe just tossed something in my eye. Blender UV has live unwrap, at least now. You can mark seams and it auto unwraps. Okay, does it have the thing where you select vertices and then you can interactively unwrap those without pinning anything, without marking seams, without any of that? You just select vertices and start unfolding. Is that a thing, or are there like multiple steps before you can do that? I don't know. From what I remember, there were multiple steps, and I don't like multiple steps. When programmers don't use their own software, the perspective of a true user is lost because it's not understood. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think honestly, I think that's my advantage. For making a 3D modeling tool. I think I'm in a pretty unique position of, one, I'm a 3D artist. I used to be a 3D artist. I did 3D art for quite a long time, for like a year, 2 years. And then shaders captivated me, and then programming captivated me. I did 3D art in Maya. And so I have the experience of a 3D artist. Not that much. 2 years is not that much, but I have it. And then 2, I know how to code. I've been coding for a decade, and I'm pretty proficient at it. I've done a lot of stuff with shaders, a lot of stuff with geometry, 3D space, a lot of math. And also, I'm a tool developer. Most of my income for the past, like, 5 years has been from tool development. When I worked in my studio, I did tool development over there. So I have a ton of experience when it comes to tool development and UX. And these 3 things together, I think, is relatively rare to have in one person. And so I think the way that I can approach making this has a lot of things that will lead people to, that will lead me to make something that is actually good for the actual target audience, rather than something that's good for programmers. Because it would be really weird to make a 3D modeling tool that's good for programmers and not 3D artists, right? I mean, not super weird, just a little bit. Okay. Anyway, it's getting super late. I'm gonna have to go to bed. Is there a release date? Ideally this year. End of year for 1.0 maybe. Is my hope. How long have you been working on this? On and off for a year maybe? I haven't worked on it full time. It's been very unpredictable. Are you familiar with CAD software? I have used Rhino. That's the only CAD software I've used. It's got the same vibe as someone making a game that they don't want to play. Yeah, it's a little bit like if you're a solo dev or like in a very small team. I feel like that's strange. Yeah. What's the purpose of this project? Go to the website. It's in the title of this video. I think it's half.edge or half-edge.xyz. Okay, well, thank you all for joining my experimental janky YouTube stream. Do I plug something? I feel like I should plug something. What do I plug? I don't like plugging things. It feels weird. You can find links to all of my stuff on my website over there. Half-Edge is has a temporary website over here. It's just a redirect for now. Oh, you can. I'm just typing these links out manually because I'm very well prepared. I also have a Patreon. If you want to support the work that I do, my Patreon is my second biggest source of income. It's like a third of my income, around there. And it's really, really nice to have people supporting the work that I do. If you my Patreon is kind of like just a support thing. You don't really get anything by being a Patreon supporter, and I feel kind of bad about that. But it's also just not to put pressure on myself to, like, I don't know, make promises. Like, oh, if you join my Patreon, I'm gonna draw a picture of your cat or something, which is not very sustainable. But yeah, if you do want to support the stuff that I do, Patreon is the place to go. Otherwise, is there anything else I want to talk about? I don't think so. This was an incredibly unproductive stream in terms of getting work done, but it was fun to talk to all of you. It was fun talking. I haven't streamed for so long. Okay. I need to go to bed. It's late. It was kind of nice to stream again. I'm noticing that my voice is just like, my throat is hurting. It's all gravelly now. Okay. Thanks for joining, everyone. I have a Discord. Do people want a link to my Discord? Is that a thing people join? I don't even know where the link went. Where's my link? See, on Twitch, I had like buttons for all of this and commands, but not here. Invite people. Oh shit, I found the invite button. Okay, there we go. Here I copied hidden. Wait, are you serious? I'm clicking the copy button, but it's not actually. That is what Discord puts in my pasted in my clipboard. I am a little bit terrified of how that could happen. Okay, I'm gonna try that again. Yeah, it's stream remote. There we go. There you go. Discord link. If you wanna join my Discord server, got a link over there. That's a Discord server for my community. If you specifically want a Discord server for Half-Edge, the 3D modeling tool that I've been working on, then this is the Half-Edge Discord server. If you just want to follow the development of Half-Edge. That's everything I want to plug. Thank you all so much for joining. I need to go to bed. I'll see you in Discord, I guess. I hang out over there along with a bunch of other people. Most of us are game developers there, so if you're an aspiring game developer, you can join and you can chat with a bunch of other people who have a ton of experience in the industry, and share your stuff and whatever you want to do. Otherwise, I will see you all next time I go live, I guess. Which is, I have no idea when. I have no streaming schedule because streaming is kind of taxing for me, and so I don't want to push myself into doing it. But it was fun. I enjoy this. Thank you so much for joining. Bye, everyone.